I-L-I-T pour nous. I accent circonflexe M-E-S. Vous, I accent circonflexe T-E-S. And then il, elle, at the plural form, I-R-E-N-T. Okay, so we get these. There are the endings for the regular verbs from the second group, IR. Okay, so IS, IS, IT, IMES, ITES, IRENT. Okay, don't forget the circumflex here and here. So let's continue now, and we'll discover now, so it's a bit more tricky. So we're not talking about groups and subgroups, but we'll talk about the verbs that will have their participe passé, so past participles, in I en I. Okay, so remember, we're not talking about all the verbs in IR, for instance. And then je, so it will end with IS. Tu, it will end with IS. Il, elle, it will end with IT. Nous, I accent circonflexe MES. Vous, I accent circonflexe TES. Il, elle, IRENT. So of course you can tell me that, well, these endings are exactly the same as we saw previously. And yes, of course, because, well, all the regular verbs from the second group in IR do have their participe passé in I, like that, okay? But in this case, we're mostly talking about, and we'll see a few examples, about the verbs from the second group that do have their participe passé in I. Okay, so let's continue now with these groups. So we're talking about the verbs ending with OER, but then, of course, as usual, I'm honest with you, and we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them, okay? And the endings will go like je, US, tu, US, il, elle, UT, okay? Nous, U accent circonflexe, MES, vous, U accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay, so keep in mind these endings, so US, US, UT, U accent circonflexe MES, U accent circonflexe TES, URENT. And we're talking about the verbs ending with OER, but remember, not all the verbs. Let's see now another category, OERE. And then, as usual, remember, we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them. And the endings will go like je, US, tu, US, and then il, elle, UT. Okay. Nous, U accent circonflexe MES. Vous, U accent circonflexe TES. Il, elle, URENT. Okay, so remember verbs ending with OERE, but not all verbs. US, US, UT, U accent circonflexe MES, U accent circonflexe TES, URENT. Okay, and we'll continue with the verbs that do have their participe passé en U. Okay, remember, not all the verbs, of course, but most of them. And the endings will be je, US, tu, US, il, elle, UT, nous, U accent circonflexe MES, vous, U accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay? And then verbs like tenir and venir, they are a bit tricky, so be careful. We're talking about these two verbs, but then, of course, all the composed verbs based on tenir and venir. Okay? So let's see now. And then je, INS, tu, INS, il, elle, INT, nous, INMES, vous, INTES, il, elle, INRENT. Okay? So, we'll now see a few examples, quelques exemples. And now I will focus on the pronunciation. Okay, so let's start with the first group. So les verbes en ER, and then the example is parler. Okay. Je parlais, tu parlas, il parla, elle parla, nous parlâmes, vous parlâtes, ils parlèrent, elles parlèrent. Okay, so one more time. Je parlais, tu parlas, il parla, elle parla, nous parlâmes, vous parlâtes, ils parlèrent, elles parlèrent. And now the second group of verbs ending with er, so the regular one, and I've been choosing this finir, to finish or to end. Example. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finîmes, vous finîtes, ils finirent, elles finirent. Okay, so one more time. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finîmes, vous finîtes, ils finirent, elles finirent. And now let's see all the verbs that will have their participe passé on here. Remember, it was not all the verbs, so I've been choosing this suivre verb to follow. Je suivis, tu suivis, il suivit, elle suivit. Suivit, elle suivit, tu suivirent, elles suivirent. And now let's see a few verbs. So like attendre, so it's to wait, dire, to say, entendre, to hear, faire, to do, mettre, to put, sorry, and then voir, to see. J'attendis, tu dis, il entendit, elle entendit, nous fîmes, vous mîtes, ils virent, elles virent. Okay, so j'attendis, tu dis, il entendit, elle entendit, nous fîmes, vous mîtes, ils virent, elles virent. All right, so let's continue now with this group. Remember, verbs ending with OER, but we said that it was not all the verbs, so I've been choosing this recevoir example, to receive, recevoir, and it goes like that. Je reçus, tu reçus, il reçut, elle reçut, nous reçûmes, vous reçûtes, ils reçurent, elles reçurent. Okay, so one more time. Je reçus, tu reçus, il reçut, elle reçut, nous reçûmes, vous reçûtes, ils reçurent, elles reçurent. And now the verbs ending with OER, and remember I said that we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them, and for this example I've been taking boire, boire is to drink. Je bus, tu bus, il but, elle but, nous bûmes, vous bûtes, ils burent, elles burent. Okay, so one more time. Je bus, tu bus, il but, elle but, nous bûmes, vous bûtes, ils burent, elles burent. And now the verbs that will have their participe passé en U. So I've been choosing this lire verb. So lire is to read. Je lus, tu lus, il lut, elle lut, nous lûmes, vous lûtes, ils lurent, elles lurent. Okay, so one more time. Je lus, tu lus, il lut, elle lut, nous lûmes, vous lûtes, ils lurent, elles lurent. And now, venir, venir is to come, so remember they were a bit tricky. So we're talking about venir and all the verbs that will be formed with venir. Je vins, tu vins, il vint, elle vint, nous vîmes. Remember, it's quite tricky to pronounce that. Vîmes. Vous vîntes, ils vinrent, elles vinrent. Okay, so one more time. Je vins, tu vins, il vint, elle vint, nous vîmes, vous vîntes, ils vinrent, elles vinrent. And then, as I said, tenir, so exactly the same thing as we had for venir. So we're talking about tenir and all the verbs that will be composed based on tenir, okay? So, je tins, tu tins, il tint, elle tint, nous tîmes, same thing, same tricky phonetical thing here. Nous tîmes, okay? Vous tîntes, ils tinrent, elles tinrent. One more time. Je tins, tu tins, il tint, elle tint, nous tîmes, vous tîntes, ils tinrent, elles tinrent. Le passé surcomposé. Okay, so le passé surcomposé, and we start right now. So in this video, first we will see l'utilisation of le passé surcomposé, and then after that we will see la formation. Okay, so first, when do we use, so l'utilisation, and then la formation, how do we construct this passé surcomposé? Okay, so we can start now with l'utilisation. So keep in mind that we will use le passé surcomposé pour exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés exprimés au passé composé. So it may look a bit difficult that way, but then let's say that you want to express something in the past, and normally you will use this passé composé form that we've been using and we've been seeing previously. Okay, but then if you want to express some facts that have been happening before these past events, in that case, well, you will use, or you should use, le passé surcomposé. Well, actually, it's not really the case, because we've been seeing that we've got this plus que parfait tense, okay? And to be totally honest, yes, the second thing here, this passé surcomposé is nowadays quite rare. So, utilisation assez rare, okay? But then keep in mind that l'utilisation est plus fréquente dans le sud de la France. So if you travel, if you go in the south of France, then they will tend to use it a bit more often, but it is quite rare nowadays because people tend to use this plus que parfait instead of le passé surcomposé. Okay, but anyway, it does exist, it is used, okay, so we will see in this video how to make it. All right, so let's see the timeline, and then let's imagine that this is the present. Okay, so this is now, and then we want to express something in the past, so we will use le passé surcomposé, sorry, le passé composé here. Okay, and then if you want to, as I said, express something that happened before this passé composé, so it's le passé surcomposé. Okay, so the present, le présent, and then the past, le passé composé, and even before, le passé surcomposé. Okay, so here is an example. Dès qu'il a eu bu son café, il est parti au travail. Okay, so it's a strange sentence maybe, but then let's have a look at it. And the first thing that we should spot here is this a eu bu. And then the second thing is est parti. Okay, so the first thing that we can see here, this a eu bu, okay, it's actually this passé surcomposé form. And then the second form here is the passé composé. Okay, so dès qu'il a eu bu son café, so this thing has been happening before, so he has been drinking his coffee. Then, okay, something that happens after, but it's still in the past, okay? Il est parti au travail. Okay, so the first event, okay, au passé surcomposé, and the second event here, au passé composé. So let's see how to make this passé surcomposé. Few examples first. So, first sentence, j'ai mangé au restaurant. It's le passé composé, okay, as we saw. You use whether avoir or être, okay, in most of the cases. You will use avoir. You put that at the present form, and then after that, you put this form that we call participe passé, okay? So this is here, le passé composé, okay? So if you want to make le passé surcomposé, so it's an example here. J'ai eu mangé au restaurant. So you can see that the difference between the two, actually this manger form, so the participe passé, this past participle, doesn't change. So no changes here, okay? But this is this first part that will change. So if you can notice, in that case here, you get avoir, and it's at the present form. And if you look carefully here, you've got avoir at the passé composé form. Okay, let's take a second example here. Tu as regardé la télévision. Okay, so exactly the same concept. The first sentence here is at the passé composé. So you get this avoir at the present tense, and then you get here the participe passé. Tu as regardé la télévision. I've got some problems with my mouse, sorry. And then the second sentence, tu as eu regardé la télévision. Okay, so we can see that it's exactly the same situation. We've got this regarder form, and it's exactly the same, so you don't really need to bother about that. And it's the first part that will change, okay, because here for the passé composé, you've got this verb avoir at the present, and here for this passé surcomposé, well, actually you've got avoir at the passé composé form, okay? And it will be exactly the same thing in the last example, but then I wanted to take a verb, so aller, that will require être, you know, at the passé composé. Okay, so il est allé au travail. Okay, and in that case, remember exactly the same thing. So you put être instead of avoir, because that is one of these exceptions that will require être to make the passé composé. It is here at the present form. And here for this passé surcomposé, well, we will see exactly the same thing. We've got aller here, so the participe passé doesn't change. And then this first part here, well, actually, it will be the verb être at the passé composé form. Okay, so I hope it's clear. I know it's a bit difficult at the beginning, but then keep in mind that the way to make this passé composé, it's actually quite simple. So first, you will use this avoir, okay, in most of the cases, of course. And then this avoir should be at the passé composé. Then you will put, as we saw, this participe passé form, and you will get your passé surcomposé. Remember, in some cases, as we saw for aller, you will use être, but still, it's exactly the same concept. Être should be at the passé composé form. Then you will put your participe passé, so exactly the same concept, and you will get your passé surcomposé form. Okay, so let's see the exceptions. So we saw that we've got aller. We do have arriver. So aller is to go, arriver, arrive. Descendre, descend or go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to come in or to enter. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, to born or be born. Partir, to leave. Rester, to stay. Retourner, to return or to come back. Sortir, to go out. Tomber, to fall. And then venir, to come. Okay, so remember that all these verbs will require être. Okay, and obviously some verbs will be constructed based on these verbs. Okay, so logically they will also require the verb être. Okay, remember also that well, the verb, as we say, les verbes pronominaux, okay, so the verb that will be constructed with this se in front of them, se regarder, or then it could be s apostrophe if we had a vowel, s'appeler, se présenter. So all these verbs, les verbes pronominaux, will also require être for this passé surcomposé form. Okay? So let's see now, and let's try to refresh a little bit avoir and être at the passé composé, because that's the part that we'll need to use when we construct this passé surcomposé. So avoir at the passé composé goes like that. J'ai eu, tu as eu, il, and then elle, or on even, a eu, nous avons eu, vous avez eu, ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Okay, so it will be our first part of this passé composé, passé surcomposé. And then the second part will be être, so in some cases, as we saw previously. And être goes like that. J'ai été, tu as été, il, elle, and then on a été, nous avons été, vous avez été, ils ont été, elles ont été. Okay, so same thing here. So it will be our first part for the exceptions that we saw previously. Remember that the second part, so we talked about this participe passé form. Well, actually, it will be quite simple for the regular verbs. So the first group of regular verb is the group that will include all the verbs ending with er. Exception is aller, as we saw, but then it's actually quite simple. Have a look at that. You get the infinitive form here ending with er. Okay, so this is the basic form of the verb. Okay, you just take this er away and you will replace it with accent aigu. And here you get this participe passé form. So parler will become parler. Phonetically it's the same, but then you write it differently. Regarder will become regarder. Okay, same rule. And then aller will become aller. So even if aller doesn't belong to this first group of regular verbs, actually when we talk about the construction of this participe passé form, well, it's quite regular as well. So nothing tricky there. The second group, okay, remember the verbs ending with er, okay, but not all of them, because it's a common mistake. Not all of them are following these rules, because we've got another group of er verbs that will belong to the third group, so irregular verbs. But I mean, this actually we're talking in that case about the regular verbs ending with er, okay? And it will be quite simple as well, because have a look, you've got the basic form here, choisir, er, okay? And then you just take it away and you replace it with I. So you will get, so choisir will become choisi. Then finir will become fini. Unir will become uni. All right, so it's not really difficult. So if we're talking about the regular verbs from the first group here and the second group here, they are quite easy to make if we talk about this participe passé form. Okay, so let's see now the third group, few exceptions, few categories and subcategories. So, but then connaître will become connu. Okay, voir will become vu. Partir, even if it belongs to the third group, well, it's actually quite simple. It will become parti. Rire will become ri. Écrire will become écrit. Dire will become dit. Mettre will become mis. Prendre will become pris. Okay? So let's see few examples, or we'll take the verb parler, so quite regular verb, and we'll put that at the passé surcomposé. Okay, so remember we had the first part here, so avoir at the passé composé, so we've been saying that, and then the second part is participe passé, you just put it here. J'ai eu parlé. Tu as eu parlé. Il, elle, on a eu parlé. Nous avons eu parlé. Vous avez eu parlé. Ils ont eu parlé. Elles ont eu parlé. Okay? And you can see that as we are constructing this passé surcomposé form with avoir in all the cases, we will keep this accent aigu here, so we don't put any mark for the feminine or for the plural here. Okay, so it will be all the time a here. But then remember that it will behave exactly the same way as all the compound tenses if you use a verb like aller, for instance, that will require être and not avoir. So in that case, you will have to put, like here, the feminine form at the end of your participe passé. So remember that is the mark of the feminine. Okay? So, il a été allé, but then you don't put anything because it's the masculine, so you should put the basic form. In that case, you get elle, okay, and then, well, it's a feminine, singular feminine. You should put this at the end of your participe passé. Phonetically, you don't hear it. It goes like aller, so exactly the same thing as here, or the same way. So, elle a été allée. So if we respect the logic, then for the masculine plural, we should add at the end this S. So S is the mark of the plural, okay? So ils ont été allés. And then logically as well, if we put the feminine and the plural form, so elle, so first we will add a mark of the feminine, then S mark of the plural. And you will get elles ont été allées. So the good news is that phonetically it's aller here, aller, aller, aller. So it's the same. You don't pronounce this final you don't pronounce this final s here. Okay, so it's exactly the same, but keep in mind that if you want to write correctly, you should put them. So if we put the full form, j'ai été allé, okay, with the option of the feminine. Tu as été allé, option of the feminine as well. Il a été allé, so in that case, it's the masculine form. Elle a été allée, and here it's the feminine form. Nous avons été allés, so you put the plural at the end. Vous avez été allés. Ils ont été allés, okay, and in that case, you've got the plural only, so masculine because you don't have anything else. And then elles ont été allées, here you get the feminine plural, so and s. So let's remember how to construct this passé surcomposé. Well, actually, the first part, and in almost all the cases, it will be avoir, okay, and avoir should be at the passé composé form. Then you will put your participe passé form, as usual for all these compound tenses in French. So, and you will get this passé surcomposé, okay? In some cases, as we saw, we can use être, okay, but then the rules stay the same, so it should be at the passé composé. Then you will put your participe passé form, and you will get your passé surcomposé. Okay, so keep in mind that it is quite rare nowadays. I mean, to be really honest, it is quite rare, but still, that's the way it works. And then if you hear any passé surcomposé, well, you will know what they are. Okay, passé du subjonctif. So remember in the previous video, we saw le présent du subjonctif, and in that video or in this video, we'll discover together how to make this past form of the subjunctive. Okay, so as in all the videos I've been making for the tenses or the modes, then it will be divided in two parts. The first part, l'utilisation or l'emploi, sorry, when do we use it? And then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct this passé du subjonctif? Okay, so let's start with l'utilisation. And so remember that we will use this passé du subjonctif to express, of course, something that happened in the past. But then the expression of le regret, la satisfaction, la désapprobation, and la surprise. Okay, so if you want to express this regret, satisfaction, désapprobation could be translated as disapproval, and then surprise. Okay, so the first one, regret. Okay, let's have a look at it. And we've got these structures. C'est dommage que, okay, it is a pity that, okay, and then if you continue with a past structure, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Dommage que, well, exactly the same thing, but then it's more spoken because you've been dropping the subject and the verb, okay? So you can use that orally. In maybe not in formal situations, it would be better to use this c'est dommage que, okay? And then regretter, to regret, que, okay? And after that, you should put this passé du subjonctif, of course, if what comes after should be at the past form, all right? Then we'll see la satisfaction, okay? So here are the structures that we could use. C'est bien que, it is good that. Je suis content que, I am happy that. Or then, just as we had previously, content que, okay, so we just drop the subject and the verb, and then in that case, it's more spoken, less formal. And ça me fait plaisir, it pleases me, that, okay, so if you want to introduce something in the past after, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Désapprobation, and so we could have this ça m'ennuie que, it annoys me that, ça m'agace que, it bothers me that, je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that, okay, and the same thing, what's coming after, if you want to express something in the past, then it should be le passé du subjonctif. And last but not least, la surprise, the surprise. C'est bizarre que, bizarre, strange. It's strange that. Je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that. C'est drôle que, it's funny that. And if you want to express something after, at the past, it should be le passé du subjonctif. Okay, so now we'll see how to make this passé du subjonctif. And first, well, the best way will be to have a look at, well, this first sentence, que je mange, and it is the subjonctif présent form, okay? And the second one, que j'ai mangé. This is le passé du subjonctif. Second example, que tu regardes. Same thing here, you've got the subjonctif présent, and que tu aies regardé, here you've got the subjonctif passé. And the third example, qu'il aille, so it's the verb aller, to go, and it's the subjonctif présent. Qu'il soit allé, and here we've got as well le subjonctif passé. So if you have a look at it first, what can you spot? You can spot that first here and here, you've got avoir, okay, the subjunctif présent form. And then after that, you've got this participe passé here and here. And here we've got être, and after that, we've got the participe passé form. So from what you see, and so especially now this is unit 10, so I assume that you've been watching the previous videos that we've been making or I've been making concerning the composed tenses. And maybe here you can see that actually this passé du subjonctif will be constructed like all the composed tenses that we saw so far. So first, avoir, and then it should be at the subjunctive present form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you will get your subjunctive passé. Or in some cases, you will use être at the subjunctive present form, then the participe passé, and you will get your subjunctive passé. So it's quite interesting because this passé du subjonctif is not really tricky when you think about the way it is made, okay? Because it will follow exactly the same rules as we've been seeing so far. So first, if you're not sure, you put avoir, okay? But then definitely you should know the conjugation of avoir at the subjunctive present form. Then you will put your participe passé and you'll get your subjunctive passé. Remember, for être, as usual, we're talking about exceptions, and here they come. Aller, to go. Arriver, to arrive. Descendre, to go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to enter, to come in. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, born. Partir, to leave. Rester, to stay. Retourner, to return. Sortir, to go out. Tomber, to fall. Venir, to come. All these verbs will be requiring être at this passé du subjonctif. Okay, and then of course, as we saw previously, all the reflexive verbs, so se regarder, s'appeler, for instance, se présenter, they will require être. So as long as you've got these verbs, you know, se something, then you should keep in mind that you will have to construct them with être, and of course they will behave a bit differently because you will have to add little things, but we'll see that in this lesson, don't worry. Okay, so now we should definitely review one more time the subjunctive present form of avoir and être, because these are the first forms that we will use to construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay, and so avoir goes like que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, so remember one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, and then être will go like que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, and then one more time, just for the fun. Que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. All right, so try to remember them by heart, because especially if you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, these forms are the first one that you will have to put, okay? Normally the second part, well, at this point you should start to remember them. This participe passé form should be quite okay, but then don't worry, we'll work on that, okay? Because, well, the thing you get to remember when it comes to the participe passé form is that for the first group of verbs or regular verbs ending with er, it will be quite easy, because if we take the verb parler, to talk, to speak, so it's ending with this er, and then this participe passé will be parler with the accent. Okay, regarder, to watch, same rule, it will end with this accent aigu. And then even aller, this tricky verb from the third group, aller means to go, even this one is quite easy when it comes to the participe passé because it will be aller. Second group of verbs, not all the er, remember, but then regular, and they're quite easy to make because the verb like choisir, to choose, so ending with er, will become choisi, okay? Finir, to finish, to end, will become fini, all right? And then unir, to unite, will become uni, all right? So er will become i. Of course, the third group of verb is quite tricky. I've been making a video regarding this participe passé thing, so if it's not clear for you, I would advise you to watch this video. But then, well, some subgroups, but of course they don't include everything. But so far, let's do that. So u, connaître, to know, will become connu. Okay. Voir, so OIR will become vu, U, all right? So I, partir will become parti. Rire, so IRE will become ri, okay? And then the IT, phonetically you pronounce I because final T is not pronounced, but still. Écrire, to write, écrit. By the way, partir is to leave, rire is to laugh, okay? So écrire, to write, will become écrit. Dire, to say, will become dit, all right? And then es now, final s not pronounced, but still you need to write it. Mettre, for instance, EWTRE, will become mi, es. Prendre, ENDRE, will become pris, all right? But then if you're not sure, as I said, watch the video because it will be useful. And then let's take the verb parler as we had, and let's put the passé du subjonctif form. So it go like that. Que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. All right, so as we saw, first you put avoir at the subjunctive present form, then you put your participe passé, and you will get here a beautiful passé du subjonctif. Okay, and if you noticed, I've been putting this accent aigu in orange just to show you that in normal structures like this one, when you've got first the subject and after that the verb, you shouldn't put anything after your or at the end of your participe passé. So even if like here the subject is feminine, nothing comes after. Okay, so que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. All right, so that's the passé du subjonctif for the verb parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, but then, of course, we've got some tricky things. And if you remember from the past tenses that we saw, it's exactly the same rule. If we take, well, these verbs that will require être, like you see here, qu'il soit allé. Okay, remember we saw that aller needs to be conjugated with être, like here, qu'il soit allé. So here, aller will end with accent aigu like that. But then if we put the feminine form, so qu'elle soit allée, it will be exactly as we saw for all the other composed tenses. You will have to put at the end of your participe passé the mark of the feminine. And at the end is the mark of the feminine. If you've got the plural, like here, il at the plural form, so soit, and then aller, well, you should put the mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé, and s is the mark of the plural. And last but not least, if you've got, like here, the feminine plural, so qu'elle soit allée, remember to put at the end of your participe passé first the mark of the feminine, so then the mark of the plural, s. The good thing, as usual in French, is you will pronounce it aller aller, aller, and aller. So technically, you don't pronounce the final you don't pronounce the final S, and you don't pronounce the final ES. But still, you should write them. Okay? So let's see now the full thing for aller, and it goes like that. Que je sois allé, okay? I won't make the liaison just to make it more clear, okay? Que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allé, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. All right? And now with the liaison, because I know that you want them. Que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, remember, no liaison when we've got these two. Qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. All right? And then now we can see these famous verbs, reflexive verbs, okay? So the one that we saw with the se something, okay? Que je me sois présenté. Okay, so it will go like that. Que je, and then remember for these reflexive verbs, you've got to put this me, so for je me sois présenté. Okay, que je me sois présenté, que tu te sois présenté. Okay, so we'll have to add this te. Qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée, que nous nous soyons présentés, que vous vous soyez présentés, qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée. All right, so remember here, so you've got the option of the feminine. Same thing here. So here the masculine because it's il, he. Here you get the feminine because it's elle, she. All right. Here you get the plural form, and then masculine plural, so accent aigu S, and then accent aigu ES for the feminine plural here, qu'elle se soit présentée. Okay? All right. So if there is one thing to remember, it is the following. If you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, first you will have to put avoir at the subjunctive présent, then your participe passé, and you will get your subjunctive passé. In all these exceptions that we saw, être, subjonctif présent, and the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé form. La place de l'adverbe. And we will focus on this video when we've got what we call une forme composée de verbe. So if you're thinking about, for instance, passé composé, all these composed tenses where you've got two parts, remember, first you've got avoir or être, and then the second part is le participe passé. Okay, so we'll see where we should put the adverb, l'adverbe, when we've got this type of structure. Okay, so we'll see only one sentence and we'll see the different possibilities we've got. So where to put this adverb. Okay, so the first one here we've got il a attendu patiemment le train. Okay, so here we've got the verb attendre. Attendre is to wait, and this is the passé composé form, if you remember. So first you've got avoir at the present tense, and then this form is what we call participe passé. Okay, so il a attendu, and then, I mean, that's the rule. Normally, the adverb, l'adverbe, should come after the verb. Okay, so you put it right here. Patiemment, patiently, okay, and then le train, the train. Il a attendu patiemment le train. All right, so that's, I mean, the first option you could have if you want to construct this type of structure in which you will have this adverb, okay, and then if you've got this structure like here when you've got a composed tense, so two parts, okay, but then the same sentence, and it's also possible, il a. Okay, so first you will put avoir, so you don't change the structure of the sentence, but then it's possible to put your adverb right here after avoir. Il a patiemment and then you continue. Here your participe passé, attendu le train. Okay, so the first one, il a attendu patiemment le train, and then the second one, il a patiemment attendu le train. All right, and then we've got a third option. So it would be also possible to put it like that. Il a attendu le train, and then you put your adverb at the end here, patiemment. Okay, oops, sorry, there is a space here and shouldn't be here. So, il a attendu le train patiemment. Okay, so let's see again the three options we've got. The first one, il a attendu patiemment le train. Second one, il a patiemment attendu le train. And the last one, il a attendu le train patiemment. Les locutions adverbiales. And we will focus this video on les locutions adverbiales when they will replace or when they will be associated with an adverb that will end with ment, M-E-N-T. Okay, so let's see now an example. So, of course, when we're talking about adverbs, like here, we're talking about, well, this word that you can add to the verb to give more information, like il parle gentiment. Okay, you get here the verb parler. Parler is to speak or to talk. And then gentiment, nicely. Okay, donc il parle gentiment. So that's the first option. I mean, you can add this adverb after your verb just to give more information. Okay, or then it would be possible also to use what we call locution adverbiale. Okay, to, well, clearly get exactly the same meaning, but in that case here, you will use, well, une locution, so a group of words, okay? And then these words are not adverbs, but then they will have the same function and the result will be the same. Il parle avec, so avec, with, and then gentillesse, kindness, avec gentillesse. Il parle avec gentillesse. So this avec gentillesse, this is exactly what we call locution adverbiale. Okay, so we'll see a few examples now. And the first one will be prudemment. Prudemment. Okay, so you get the translation here. Prudemment. Okay, and then you could use une locution adverbiale avec prudence. Okay, so you can use prudemment or then you can use avec prudence. All right. Patiemment. Patiemment. Get a translation here. Or then you could use avec patience. Okay? Patiemment, avec patience. Calmement, calmement, or then avec calme. Okay? So whether calmement or then avec calme. Péniblement, péniblement, translation here, or then you could use avec peine. Avec peine. All right, so whether péniblement or la locution adverbiale, sorry, avec peine. Merveilleusement. It's a long one. Merveilleusement. Merveilleusement. Okay, you get a translation here. Or then you could use à merveille. All right, so whether merveilleusement or à merveille. Effectivement, effectivement, or then en effet, en effet. Okay, so effectivement, en effet. Généralement, 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 or then en général. Généralement or en général. Particulièrement, 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 or en particulier, en particulier, particulièrement, en particulier. Partiellement, partiellement, or then, en partie, okay? Partiellement, en partie. Silencieusement, 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 or then you could use en silence. Silencieusement, en silence. Progressivement, 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 or then you could use whether petit à petit or peu à peu. Okay, so progressivement or petit à petit ou peu à peu. L'imparfait du subjonctif. And here it is. So let's start now. You get to keep in mind when we talk about l'imparfait du subjonctif, actually three things. The first one will be utilisation rare. So it means that it is really rare to see l'imparfait du subjonctif. The second thing, un temps qui disparaît petit à petit. So little by little, it is less and less used. Okay. And the last thing, that utilisation exclusivement à l'écrit. Of course, it is quite tricky to say always, but then in most of the cases, you will see this imparfait du subjonctif written. Quite few persons are using this imparfait du subjonctif orally, okay? But then, well, it's possible, everything is possible. So, but then in most of the cases, it will be written, okay? So it is rare, it tends to disappear, and it's mostly written, okay? And the other thing that you should keep in mind is that if we're talking about the verb être, to be, and avoir, to have, then in these cases you can see all the persons, okay? But in most of the cases for the other verbs, people will use on, okay? So that's the way it should be normally done, okay? So, imparfait de l'indicatif, imparfait du subjonctif. Let's give an example now. Il fallait qu'il parla. Okay, so you can see that in this first part here, you've got il fallait, so it's imparfait de l'indicatif, and then normally you should put in this subordinate qu'il parla, and in that case you've got l'imparfait du subjonctif. Okay? But then, as we saw previously, it's also possible to have in the principal l'imparfait de l'indicatif and in the subordonné le plus que parfait du subjonctif, and we will get il fallait qu'il eût parlé. Okay, so exactly the same thing here. We've got imparfait de l'indicatif, and in the subordonné we've got qu'il eût parlé, and this form here is actually what we call plus que parfait du subjonctif. Okay. Let's take now another situation in which we've got, so same thing, a sentence. So we've got la principale and then we've got la subordonnée. Okay. If we have le présent du conditionnel dans la principale, then normally we should have le présent du subjonctif dans la subordonnée, or then l'imparfait du subjonctif dans la subordonnée. But let's say that in most of the cases, this form won't be used, okay? Even if it would be possible and it would be correct, but then in most of the cases, people will skip that and they will stay with présent du conditionnel and then présent du subjonctif. So let's have it here right now. Présent du conditionnel in the first part, dans la principale, il faudrait. And then you will have qu'il parle, okay? So you can see that here it's the subjunctif présent. If you would like to have this il faudrait qu'il parla, so as I said, it should be or it could be correct, but then let's say that in most of the cases you won't see that anymore, okay? Because people tend to use the previous example that I gave you, in which you've got in the principal le présent du conditionnel, and in the subordonné, le présent du subjonctif. So, remember, as we saw, utilisation de toutes les personnes pour être ou avoir, and then for the other verbs, then we will only use this third person from the singular or the plural. Okay? So let's see now. Il désirait que vous parlassiez encore. So basically, it's correct. It's il désirait que vous parlassiez encore. But then we don't use that. Okay, it's too heavy now. So the question is, should we use il désirait que vous parliez encore? And well, clearly it's not an option because it is not correct. So the only way that we would have a correct sentence would be to modify it and get il désirait vous entendre parler encore. Okay, and it's quite interesting here because if you look, well, the first one was correct, okay, but then it's not used anymore. I mean, this imparfait du subjonctif here for vous, as you saw, it's quite heavy and it's not used, okay. The second one in here, it's not possible because it's not correct, okay. And then this is the reason why we tend to use a structure. And if you look, this structure is quite interesting because actually we won't use this subjunctive form. Okay, so there are some ways to avoid using le subjonctif, and one of the reasons is that in this video is, or in this situation, it's because l'imparfait du subjonctif is not used anymore, and so we try to find some ways to avoid using this imparfait du subjonctif. So il désirait vous entendre parler encore. So souvent possible d'éviter l'utilisation de l'imparfait du subjonctif. So, as I said, it's often possible to avoid using this form of this imparfait du subjonctif, okay? And the last thing, and one more time, as we saw, if you want to use this imparfait du subjonctif, well, keep in mind that it will be for the third person, just because the other forms are really impossible to produce. Not impossible, but quite heavy, and people don't like to use this form anymore, okay? I'm not talking, of course, as I said previously, about avoir and être, because they've got a special stat. Les locutions adverbiales. So when we talk about les locutions adverbiales, we will talk about group of words that will together, when you put them together, you can use them instead of an adverb. Okay, so it can be quite useful. And we'll see a list of locutions adverbiales in this video. Okay, so the first one would be à juste titre. À juste titre, okay, and you'll find below the translation in English. À juste titre. À tort. À tort. À tort. À volonté. À volonté. À volonté. Oops, sorry. À l'écart. À l'écart. À l'écart. À l'endroit. À l'endroit. À l'endroit. And then, à l'envers. À l'envers. À l'envers. À l'unanimité. À l'unanimité. It's a tricky one, this one. Unanimité. À l'unanimité. À l'unanimité. Du coup. Du coup. Du coup. Du coup. En fait. So whether you pronounce the final T or not, you can hear both. En fait. En fait. En fait. I'd rather pronounce it personally. En fait. En réalité. En réalité. En réalité. En vrac. En vrac. En vrac. Par cœur. Par cœur. Par cœur. Les verbes et les prépositions, because many persons have been asking me if it would be possible to actually make videos regarding this topic. So I will put here the first one and then we'll see when I will do the second one, third one, etc. Okay, so let's see. And then, well, first thing that, well, clearly we should have in mind are les mots-clés, so the keywords that we will use, because when we're talking about preposition or construction, I will tend to use these words actually quite often. So, quelqu'un, it's actually for someone or somebody. Quelque chose, something. And then quelque part, somewhere or someplace. Okay, so let's see the first verb, and the first verb that we'll see is accepter. Okay, and you can see here the three constructions possible. The first one, accepter quelqu'un, quelque chose. Or then, accepter de plus infinitif. All right. Or then, accepter que plus subjonctif. D'accord? Donc, accepter quelqu'un, accepter quelque chose, accepter de plus verbe à l'infinitif, accepter que plus verbe au subjonctif. Deuxième verbe, accompagner. Accompagner quelqu'un, accompagner quelque chose. Or then it's possible to use this accompagner quelque chose de quelque chose. Okay? Accompagner quelqu'un, accompagner quelque chose, or then accompagner quelque chose de quelque chose. Verbe numéro 3, admettre. Admettre. Admettre quelqu'un, admettre quelque chose. Well, then it's possible to construct it with admettre plus infinitif, verbe à l'infinitif. Or then, admettre de plus infinitif. En général, forme négative. So in general, if you want to use this structure, then in most of the cases, you will use this admettre at the negative form, okay? Admirer. Admirer, okay? So, first one, admirer quelqu'un, admirer quelque chose. Okay, so in that case, so of course, each time I say quelqu'un or quelque chose, it does mean that we don't have any preposition. Okay, admirer quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. All right, or then admirer que plus verbe au subjonctif. Ok, donc admirer, admirer quelqu'un, admirer quelque chose, admirer quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif, or then admirer que plus verbe au subjonctif. Adorer. Adorer. Adorer quelqu'un, adorer quelque chose. Or then, adorer quelqu'un de plus infinitif. Or then it's possible to use this adorer plus verbe à l'infinitif. And the last, but not the least, adorer que plus verbe au subjonctif. Affirmer. Affirmer. Première possibilité, affirmer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Or then, affirmer plus verbe à l'infinitif. Or then, affirmer que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay, remember, you don't put subjunctive in that case, even if you introduce it with que, but then you put indicatif. Aider. First option, aider quelqu'un. So no preposition there. Aider à quelque chose. Or then, aider quelqu'un à, and then the verb should be at the infinitive. Aider quelqu'un, aider à quelque chose, or aider quelqu'un à, and the verb at the infinitive. aimer. Aimer quelqu'un ou aimer quelque chose. And then it's possible to just put a verb at the infinitive form after. Aimer plus infinitif. Okay? Then aimer quelqu'un de plus infinitif. And the last one, aimer que plus subjonctif. And in most of the cases, we tend to use this structure when the verb aimer is conjugated at the conditionnel passé, conditionnel présent form. Okay, so aimer and then conditionnel at the conditionnel présent form plus que plus subjonctif. Okay, so quelqu'un, quelque chose, or then with an infinitive form, quelqu'un de plus infinitif, or then que plus subjonctif. Aller, aller quelque part. So in that case, I've been listing few prepositions, okay? En, au, dans, à, sous, sur, etc. Okay? Then aller plus infinitif. Or then if you want to talk about the place where someone is living, then we put this chez, okay? Chez quelqu'un. Okay? Aller quelque part, aller plus infinitif, aller chez quelqu'un. Annoncer. Annoncer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay? Annoncer quelque chose à quelqu'un. And then annoncer que plus indicatif. Okay? Same thing here. Even if you get this que, then you don't introduce this subjunctive, but it's just indicative form. Antonymes, okay, or then we can use as well les contraires, and we'll see only les antonymes or les contraires that will be constructed with des prefixes D or DE accent aigu S. Okay, so but then, well, then the first thing that maybe we should define or clear out is what an antonyme or un contraire is, and well, in English it's almost the same, okay, or then contraire, it's opposite. Okay, so we'll see these antonyms or contraires constructed with D or DE accent aigu S, and we'll first start with the DE accent aigu. And so the first one, favorable. Okay, so I will put all the time in green here the translation in English. Favorable, and it will give us défavorable. All right, so favorable, défavorable. Favoriser, favoriser. Same technique, you just put this dé. Défavoriser, okay? Favoriser, défavoriser. Pénaliser, pénaliser will give us dépénaliser. Okay, so pénaliser, dépénaliser. And then obviously the substantive as well. Pénalisation, pénalisation will give us dépénalisation. Okay, pénalisation, and then just dépénalisation. And now we'll see the other group. So the accent aigu S. Okay, so you get to keep in mind that, of course, we will put this S because, well, the words will start with whether a vowel or the sound of a vowel. That's normally the reason why we put this S like that when we're talking about this prefix. Okay, so first one, agréable, agréable, and then it will give us désagréable. Okay, agréable and then désagréable. Espérer, so it's the verb here, espérer, and then it will give us désespérer, désespérer. Okay, so espérer and then désespérer. Substantive, espoir, espoir, exactly the same way of constructing the thing. So désespoir, espoir, désespoir. Obéir, okay, the verb obéir, and then we'll get désobéir. All right, so obéir and désobéir. Obéissance, obéissance will give us désobéissance, désobéissance. Okay, so obéissance and then désobéissance. Organiser, it's the verb, organiser, and it will give us désorganiser, désorganiser. Okay, so organiser and then désorganiser. And then naturally, organisation, organisation will give us désorganisation. Okay, désorganisation. Organisation, désorganisation. Le passé simple, and more precisely, le passé simple du verbe être. Okay, so let's see now. Être au passé simple. Je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. Okay, so one more time, encore une fois. Je fus, okay, keep in mind that final S is not pronounced. Tu fus, exactly the same thing, final S not pronounced. Il fut, final T not pronounced. Elle fut. Okay, so basically you get only one phonetical form here, and it's fut, 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 the same. Okay, then nous fûmes, final S not pronounced. Vous fûtes, same thing. Ils furent, elles furent. Keep in mind that ENT, you know, the ending for the plural form is never pronounced, so furent. Okay, ils furent, elles furent. D'accord? Je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. And that's it. You've got the passé simple forms of the verb être, and être is to be. Les verbes et les prépositions, just because I've been receiving some quite positive feedback on that, so I thought that maybe we could continue. So it's the second part, and we'll discover 10 or 11 verbs. I'm not really sure about that. But anyway, we've got some keywords that I will use quite often when I will explain the structures that you can make with these verbs. So the first one would be quelqu'un, someone, somebody, quelque chose, something, and then quelque part, somewhere, someplace. Okay, so they will be quite useful. And the first verb that we will see together is appartenir. Okay, so appartenir. And first structure that we can see with appartenir, you use the preposition à, and then appartenir à quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Okay. Second structure, appartenir à quelqu'un, and then you will put the preposition de, and it should be followed by the verb at the infinitive form. Okay. So, appartenir à quelqu'un, appartenir à quelque chose, and then appartenir à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. D'accord? Deuxième verbe, appeler. First structure, no preposition, appeler quelqu'un, or then appeler quelque chose. Okay, second structure, appeler quelqu'un, so no preposition, à, and then you will put, sorry, the verb at the infinitive form. Okay, so appeler quelqu'un, appeler quelque chose, appeler quelqu'un à plus infinitif. D'accord? Verbe suivant, apporter. Apporter quelque chose à quelqu'un. So you can see that you don't have any preposition first here. So apporter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Or then, same structure, no preposition, apporter quelque chose à quelque chose. All right, so let's see it one more time. Apporter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Apporter quelque chose à quelque chose. Apprendre. Okay, so you can see that I've been putting two meanings. So I will explain to you actually which one is concerned regarding the structure that we will use. So the first structure would be apprendre quelque chose. Apprendre quelque chose, in that case, it will be connected to the meaning learn. So the first meaning of apprendre, to learn, okay? Apprendre quelque chose, no preposition. Second structure, no preposition. So apprendre quelque chose à quelqu'un. So in that case, this structure would be connected to the teach meaning. Okay? Apprendre quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay? Structure suivante, apprendre quelque chose de quelqu'un. Okay, so in that case, this structure would be connected to the learn meaning. Apprendre quelque chose de quelqu'un. Okay? Apprendre à plus infinitif. Okay, so the verb that you should put after should be at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb. Apprendre à plus infinitif. And then apprendre que plus indicatif. Be careful, it's not because we're using this que that it should be followed by the subjunctive. No, 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 no. In that case, you should put indicatif. Okay, so let's see that one more time. Apprendre quelque chose. Okay, connected to learn. Apprendre quelque chose à quelqu'un, connected to teach. Apprendre quelque chose de quelqu'un, learn. Apprendre à plus infinitif, learn. Apprendre que plus indicatif, learn. OK? Verbe suivant, verbe arranger. Première structure, arranger quelqu'un, arranger quelque chose. So you can see that we don't have any preposition first, okay? So arranger quelqu'un, arranger quelque chose. Second option, we would have second structure, arranger quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? Arranger, arranger quelqu'un, arranger quelque chose, arranger quelque chose à quelqu'un. Verbe suivant, verbe arrêter. Okay, arrêter means to stop. Première structure, pas de préposition, no preposition, so arrêter quelqu'un, and then arrêter quelque chose. D'accord? And then arrêter de plus infinitif, so the verb should be at the infinitive form here. Arrêter de plus infinitif. D'accord? So one more time, arrêter quelqu'un, arrêter quelque chose, arrêter de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Arriver. So I've been putting all the meanings not possible but connected to the structures that we will see. Okay, and the first two structures will actually be connected to this arrive translation. Okay, arriver quelque part, pas de préposition, no preposition, or in that case, sorry about that. Yeah, you should put the dans, à ou en. All right. So and all the well composition that you can make with the articles. Okay, so it could be dans, la, dans, le, dans les, then à la, and then a plus le would become au, a plus les would become au, en, etc. So quelque part, and in that case, of course, you should use this preposition. Or then it could be arriver de quelque part. Okay, and same thing here. So you could have this de la, du. Remember, du, it's when you combine the preposition de with the article le, okay, and then de, you combine the preposition de with the article les. Okay, so arriver, arriver quelque part, so with these prepositions, and then arriver de quelque part, so de, la, du, and des. Arriver, so actually we can translate that with happen, okay? And in that case, arriver quelque chose à quelqu'un, okay? So you can see no preposition. Arriver quelque chose à quelqu'un. Arriver à quelqu'un de, and in that case the verb that comes after should be at the infinitive form. Okay, arriver à quelqu'un de. Okay, and then arriver que, and the verb should be at the subjonctif. Okay, arriver que plus subjonctif. All right, so one more time. Arriver quelque chose à quelqu'un. Arriver à quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Arriver que plus verbe au subjonctif. And the last meaning would be manage or succeed. It's actually quite simple. Only one structure connected to this meaning, and it's arriver à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so arriver à plus infinitif. Let's see now the verb attendre. Attendre, and then same thing. So it could be, the first meaning would be to wait. Okay, but then we've got this expect meaning as well. So we'll see that right after. But then now it's only connected to wait. First structure, attendre quelqu'un or quelque chose. Okay, so you can see no preposition here. Attendre quelqu'un, attendre quelque chose. Or then second structure, attendre quelqu'un or quelque chose pour. Okay, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form. Attendre quelqu'un ou quelque chose pour plus infinitif. Attendre de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, and the last one, attendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, so be careful. The verb should be at the subjonctif. Okay, so one more time. Attendre quelqu'un, attendre quelque chose. Attendre quelqu'un, quelque chose pour plus verbe à l'infinitif. Attendre de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Attendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay? And then it can mean as well expect. And then in that case, the structure is attendre quelque chose de quelqu'un. Attendre quelque chose de quelqu'un, okay? And in that case, the meaning would be to expect. Les antonymes, or then it's also possible to call them les contraires, okay? And we'll see especially les antonymes au contraire that will start with a prefix mal or mais. Okay, so first thing that we should see together is what is an antonym or un contraire. Well, in English it would be translated by antonym or opposite. Okay, and so we'll see in this lesson first the antonym that will start with mal, and then after that we'll see the ones that will start with mais. Okay, so let's concentrate first on the mal. And so first example, quite interesting, and it's heureux here. Okay, so you can see the translation in English here in green. Heureux. Okay, and so if you want to make the opposite, le contraire, l'antonyme, then you just put this mal and then heureux, malheureux. All right, so heureux will give you malheureux. All right, second example, honnête, honnête, and then exactly the same rule. So malhonnête, malhonnête. So honnête, malhonnête. Habile, habile will give you malhabile, malhabile. Okay, so habile, and then you just put this mal, malhabile. Adroit, adroit will give you maladroit. Okay, so quite simple. Adroit and then maladroit. So now let's see the one that will start with mais. Okay, and the first one is content. Okay, so I did put the feminine form here like that. So content, masculine form. Of course, if you put the feminine form, then you will have to add this and then phonetically it will be a bit different. It will be contente. Okay, so masculin, content, féminin, contente. All right, and then if you want to put the opposite or construct the opposite, so you will get this mais, mécontent, or then the feminine form, mécontente. Okay, so content, mécontent, and then the feminine, contente, mécontente. All right. Connu, so exactly the same thing. I did put the feminine form here, but then phonetically it doesn't exist. You don't pronounce it, so it will be the same form phonetically for the masculine form and the feminine form. Connu. Okay, so connu, and then it will give you méconnu. Okay, connu, méconnu. Passé simple, and then in this one we will cover the verb avoir, so to have. Okay, so let's start now. Avoir au passé simple. J'eus, tu eus, il eut, elle eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, so as you can see, phonetically it's quite a challenge because you've got to keep in mind that for each forms you will pronounce this combination of vowels u. You don't pronounce it like normally we would pronounce it okay, but we will pronounce it u all the time. Okay, so j'eus, final S not pronounced, tu eus, final S not pronounced, il eut, final T not pronounced, elle eut, then nous eûmes, so you can make this little link between the two, final S not pronounced, vous eûtes, same thing here, and then the link, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, remember that when we've got this ENT ending at the end of the plural form, so third person of the plural, you don't pronounce it, so you get eurent. Okay, and then with the link, the liaison, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, so one more time, j'eus, tu eus, il eut, elle eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. And that's it. You get all the forms of the passé simple for the verb avoir. Les verbes et les prépositions, okay? And then, well, a few keywords that we should definitely see before starting. Quelqu'un, so because I will use them quite often in these videos. So quelqu'un means someone, somebody, quelque chose, something, quelque part, somewhere, or someplace, okay? And we'll start with the first verb, and it's quite useful because it's avoir, to have. So let's see the structures that we can make with this verb, okay? So the first one is avoir quelqu'un, quelque chose. So you can see that we don't have any preposition right after or right before. Then the second structure we could build or we could make would be avoir quelque chose à, and then the verb that will come after should be at the infinitive form. Okay, avoir quelque chose à plus infinitif. Or then just avoir à plus infinitif. Okay, so here are the three structures that we can make with avoir. Avoir quelqu'un, avoir quelque chose, avoir quelque chose à plus infinitif, and then avoir à plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe cacher. Cacher means to hide. And then cacher quelqu'un, cacher quelque chose. So you can see that we don't have any preposition here. Cacher quelque chose à quelqu'un. Same thing, no preposition before. Cacher que, and then be careful because it's not because you introduce the structure of the verb with que that it should be at the subjunctive, because in that case it shouldn't be at the subjunctive form but indicatif. Okay, so cacher que plus indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Cacher quelqu'un, cacher quelque chose, cacher quelque chose à quelqu'un, cacher que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay? Verbe suivant, verbe causer. Okay, and you can see that the translation is quite easy. Causer quelque chose. Okay, so no preposition. Causer quelque chose. Or then, causer quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? Causer quelque chose. Causer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Actually, it's quite easy, this one. Let's see the next one. And of course, it's a bit more tricky. It's the verb changer. Okay, changer. So first structure, changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose. Okay, so in that case, you can see no preposition, changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose. Second structure, changer quelque chose pour quelque chose. Okay. Third structure, changer quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay. So these two structures, the one with the pour and contre, actually they mean the same thing. Okay. Changer quelqu'un en quelque chose. Or then it could be changer quelque chose en quelque chose. And the last one could be changer de quelqu'un, or then changer de quelque chose. All right, so one more time. Changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose, changer quelque chose pour quelque chose, changer quelque chose contre quelque chose, changer quelqu'un en quelque chose, changer quelque chose en quelque chose, or then changer de quelqu'un or changer de quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe choisir. And then, first structure, choisir quelqu'un, choisir quelque chose. So you can see we don't have any preposition before. And then it could be choisir entre quelqu'un et quelqu'un. In the same way, we could have choisir entre quelque chose et quelque chose. It could be also choisir ce que, and then the verb should be at the indicatif right after. Okay. And the last one would be choisir de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form. Okay, so one more time. Choisir quelqu'un, choisir quelque chose, choisir entre quelqu'un et quelqu'un, choisir entre quelque chose et quelque chose, choisir ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif, choisir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Le verbe suivant est le verbe commencer. Okay, and commencer means to start. Okay, first structure, commencer quelque chose. Okay, no preposition, just commencer quelque chose. And then it could be also commencer par quelque chose. D'accord? And then commencer par, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form after. And the last one would be commencer à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time. Commencer quelque chose, commencer par quelque chose, commencer par plus verbe à l'infinitif, commencer à plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? Verbe suivant, verbe comprendre. Comprendre quelqu'un, comprendre quelque chose. So you can see that we don't put any prepositions before. Comprendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Comprendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif. And then comprendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. So you can see that we've got both options here. Okay, so I won't explain in this video the reason why, because I've been doing a video that or many videos that cover the subjunctive topic. Okay, and well, the situations when you should use this indicative or the subjunctive. So if you're not sure about the difference between the two, then I definitely advise you to watch these videos because, well, you will understand the difference between the two. Okay? One more time. Comprendre quelqu'un, comprendre quelque chose. Comprendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Comprendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Comprendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe connaître. Connaître is, well, means to know. And then first structure, no preposition, connaître quelqu'un, connaître quelque chose. Second structure, connaître quelque chose à quelque chose. D'accord? Connaître quelqu'un, connaître quelque chose, connaître quelque chose à quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe conseiller. Conseiller could be translated by advice or counsel. Première utilisation, première structure, no preposition, conseiller quelqu'un. Okay? And then conseiller quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? And then conseiller à quelqu'un de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form right after. Or then the last one, conseiller que plus subjonctif. Okay? So one more time. Conseiller, conseiller quelqu'un, conseiller quelque chose à quelqu'un, conseiller à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, conseiller que plus subjonctif. OK? Verbe suivant, verbe coûter. OK? Coûter quelque chose, pas de préposition, coûter quelque chose. Or then it could be coûter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Or then coûter de plus verbe à l'infinitif. OK? So coûter quelque chose à quelqu'un, coûter de plus infinitif. Les locutions adverbiales qui expriment le temps. Okay, so first thing, of course, is what are we talking about when we're talking about une locution adverbiale? Okay, well, actually, it's quite simple because if we're talking about une locution adverbiale, so we'll talk about a group of words that will together replace an adverb. Okay, so it's an option that you will have to complete a verb because that's the first function of what we call an adverb. Okay, but then you don't have to use this adverb if it exists or if it doesn't exist. And still, in that case, you will use this locution adverbiale, so group of words that will be used instead of an adverb. Okay, so to complete a verb. So we'll see them right now. À l'instant, okay, and then for each locution adverbiale, I will give you the translation in English right here. Okay, so à l'instant, à la longue, à la longue, à présent, à présent, à l'avenir, à l'avenir, avec le temps, avec le temps, avec le temps, pour l'instant, pour l'instant, pour l'instant, en ce moment, en ce moment, en ce moment, pour le moment, pour le moment, pour le moment, de bonne heure, de bonne heure, de bonne heure, tôt, 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 tard, 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 d'un moment à l'autre, d'un moment à l'autre, d'un moment à l'autre, en avance, en avance, en avance, à l'heure, à l'heure, à l'heure, en retard, en retard, en retard, sur le champ, sur le champ, sur le champ, tout de suite, tout de suite, tout de suite. Or then it's also possible to pronounce it like tout de suite, tout de suite. Tout à l'heure, tout à l'heure, tout à l'heure. Le passé simple, and in this case we'll see le passé simple du verbe faire, so the verb to do. Okay, let's start now. And so we've got faire, and it means to do, as I said, and this is the passé simple form. So let's start now. Je fis, tu fis, il fit, elle fit, nous fîmes, vous fîtes, ils firent, elles firent. Okay, so one more time. Je fis, final S not pronounced. Tu fis, same thing. Il fit, elle fit, final T not pronounced. Nous fîmes, same thing here, you don't pronounce the S. Vous fîtes, don't pronounce S. Ils firent, elles firent. Remember, ending ENT for the plural, you don't pronounce it. Firent. Ils firent, elles firent. Okay? Je fis, tu fis, il fit, elle fit, nous fîmes, vous fîtes, ils firent, elles firent. And that's it. You've got all the forms for the passé simple of the verb faire, to do. Les verbes et les prépositions. Okay, but then first we should definitely see some keywords because I will use them when I will explain the structures that we'll make with the verbs. So quelqu'un means someone, somebody, quelque chose, something, quelque part, somewhere, someplace. So quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. Okay? First verb, and it's craindre. Okay, you get a translation here in English. So let's see now the structures that we can make with these verbs. And the first one is craindre quelqu'un, craindre quelque chose. Okay, so you can see that we don't put any preposition. Or then it can be craindre pour quelque chose. Okay, or then we can use this preposition de, craindre de, and then the verb that will come after should be at the infinitive form. And the last option we've got is craindre que, and then the verb should be at the subjonctif. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Craindre quelqu'un, craindre quelque chose, craindre pour quelque chose, craindre de plus verbe à l'infinitif, craindre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant. Croire, and croire means to believe. So we can see the structures here. The first one, la première, craindre croire quelqu'un, croire quelque chose. Okay, so you can see that we don't put any preposition here. Second option would be croire à quelque chose. Option numéro 3, croire en quelqu'un, croire en quelque chose. Okay, then croire quelque chose de quelqu'un. Then croire, and after that you just put a verb at the infinitive. And the last option we would have would be croire que plus indicatif. Okay, remember, it's not because we're using this que that we will put all the verbs at the subjunctive. Okay, I've been making some videos regarding this topic, so, and especially in that case with croire, it should be at the indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Croire quelqu'un, croire quelque chose. Croire à quelque chose. Croire en quelqu'un, croire en quelque chose. Croire quelque chose de quelqu'un. Croire plus verbe à l'infinitif. Croire que plus verbe à l'indicatif. And the next verb is décider. Décider, okay. First structure, décider quelque chose. So you can see that we don't put any preposition here. Décider quelque chose, okay. Second structure, décider de quelque chose. Décider quelqu'un à, and the verb should be at the infinitive after, okay? Décider de, and the verb should be at the infinitive after. Or then, décider que plus indicatif. Okay, remember, it's not with subjunctive, but indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Décider quelque chose, décider de quelque chose, décider quelqu'un a plus verbe à l'infinitif, décider de plus verbe à l'infinitif, décider que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, verbe découvrir. Découvrir, to discover. It's actually quite simple because we've got two structures possible. The first one, no preposition, découvrir quelqu'un, découvrir quelque chose. Okay. And then, découvrir que plus indicatif. D'accord? Donc, découvrir quelqu'un, découvrir quelque chose, découvrir que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, verbe demander. Première structure, demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose. So, no preposition here. Demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose. Deuxième structure, demander quelque chose à quelqu'un. Demander à quelqu'un de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form after. Okay, so demander à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. And the last one, demander que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, so one more time. Demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose, demander quelque chose à quelqu'un, demander à quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif, demander que plus verbe au subjonctif. And then the verb descendre. Okay, means go down, take down. Première possibilité, descendre quelque part. Ok, descendre quelque part. Deuxième possibilité, descendre quelqu'un, descendre quelque chose. No preposition here. Or then it could be descendre de quelqu'un. Or then descendre de quelque chose. And the last one, descendre plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time. Descendre quelque part, descendre quelqu'un, descendre quelque chose, descendre de quelqu'un, descendre de quelque chose, and then descendre plus verbe à l'infinitif. Détester, détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose. No preposition. Détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose. D'accord? Then it could be détester plus verbe à l'infinitif. Détester que plus verbe au subjonctif. Ok, so one more time. Détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose, détester plus verbe à l'infinitif, détester que plus verbe au subjonctif. Dire. So we've got 2 pages for this dire because it's quite rich when we're talking about the structures that we can make with this verb. Okay, so the first one, dire quelque chose. So no preposition here, dire quelque chose. Okay, so you can have dire quelque chose à quelqu'un. It's also possible to say dire quelque chose de quelqu'un or quelque chose. Dire quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Okay, so one more time. Dire quelque chose à quelqu'un, dire quelque chose de quelqu'un, dire quelque chose de quelque chose, dire quelque chose sur quelqu'un, dire quelque chose sur quelque chose. Okay? Second page, as I said. Dire plus infinitif. Dire que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Dire ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Dire à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. Dire à quelqu'un que plus subjonctif. All right, so you can see that in that case, well, we can see that que here is followed by the indicatif, but then à quelqu'un que should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay, if you don't know how to make them, then check the channel and try to find the subjunctive videos, and I explain you how to make them. But then one more time, so dire plus infinitif, dire que plus indicatif, dire ce que plus indicatif, dire à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, dire à quelqu'un que plus subjonctif. Discuter, discuter quelque chose. So you can see no preposition here, but then it's also possible to use this de, discuter de quelque chose, or then discuter sur quelque chose. Okay, so discuter quelque chose, discuter de quelque chose, discuter sur quelque chose. L'élocution adverbiale, and then qui exprime la rapidité. And of course, the first thing that we've got to understand is what is une locution adverbiale. And well, the answer is quite simple. When we're talking about une locution adverbiale, we're talking about a group of words that all together will be used instead of what we call an adverb. Okay, so remember, when we're talking about an adverb, it's this type of words that we will use normally to complete a verb, so to give more information with a verb. And then in that case, in most of the cases, we tend to use an adverb, but then it's also possible to use group of words that will all together have the same use and the same function of like an adverb. Okay, so we'll see them together right now. The first one, à toute vitesse. Okay, and you will see here the translation in English. Okay, à toute vitesse. À toute vitesse. À toute vitesse. À toute allure. À toute allure. À toute allure. En un clin d'œil. En un clin d'œil. En un clin d'œil. En un rien de temps. En un rien de temps. En un rien de temps. En toute hâte. En toute hâte. En toute hâte. Le verbe aller, and more precisely, la forme du passé simple. And we can start right now. So let's see, le verbe aller au passé simple. J'allais, tu allas, il alla, elle alla, nous allâmes, vous allâtes, ils allèrent, elles allèrent. Okay, so let's see that one more time. J'allais, tu allas, remember final S is not pronounced, il alla, elle alla. Okay, so you get the two forms here. You are pronouncing them the same way. You put this S for tu, but you don't pronounce it, okay? Then, nous allâmes. Okay, so remember that you should make this little link between the two. Nous allâmes, okay? Vous allâtes, same thing, la liaison. So final S here and final S here is not pronounced. Ils allèrent, liaison, elles allèrent. And then this ENT at the end, you know, the mark for the plural, well, clearly you don't pronounce it. So you get allèrent. Okay, so ils allèrent, elles allèrent. So let's see one more time. J'allais, tu allas, il alla, elle alla, nous allâmes, vous allâtes, ils allèrent, elles allèrent. And that's it. You've got all the forms for le passé simple du verbe. We've been doing some videos concerning le participe présent and les adjectifs verbaux, okay? But then in that video, we'll try to see actually, well, the way in some cases they can be tricky, okay? Because, well, the rule is that this participe présent, okay? So I've been making some videos regarding that, so I won't explain again how to make it. But then that's the concept is that in most of the cases, this participe présent will be exactly the same as what we call adjective verbal. Same thing here. If you don't know what an adjective verbal is, use the search engine of the channel, and then you can find the video that will introduce this adjective verbal. But the thing that you get to keep in mind is that in most of the cases, they will be exactly the same. Okay. And of course, as usual in French, we've got some exceptions. So I will introduce few exceptions here. Okay. And then you can see the differences because I've been putting them in red. Okay, so I will read them, and then after that, that will be it. So the first one is adhérent, so participe présent, and then adjective verbal goes like adhérent, like that. So you can see the difference is only in the vowel because phonetically it's the same. Same thing here. Well, phonetically it's the same. Communicant and then communicant. Okay. Here, participe présent, QU, and then adjective verbal, C. All right. Then, convaincant, same thing here, QU, adjective verbal, convaincant, C. All right. Phonetically, they are the same. Then, émergent, it's quite interesting because you get this and A here, and here, émergent, phonetically the same. Then, équivalent, okay, you get A here, and then équivalent, you get here. Excellent, A, and then excellent with okay, so what you can see is that, well, phonetically they are the same, but then you get to write them in a different way. Let's see the second part of the list now, and then it's here. Fatigant, participe présent, and then phonetically the same. Fatigant, but then you can see that you don't have the U here. Navigant, navigant, okay. Négligent, and then négligent. Précédent, précédent. Provoquant, provoquant. Résident, résident. Okay, so that's the rule. I mean, if you think about that, phonetically, they will be the same, but then, as you can see, few modifications in the writing. So don't worry, because we're only talking about the exceptions, and that's the reason why I wanted to make this video, just to show you some exceptions. But then let's, put it as simple as possible. And then the first thing that we've got to keep in mind is that in some cases, well, the ANT will be replaced by ENT for this adjective verbal, okay? And then, well, the verbs at the infinitive with GUER, well, you can see that they can be tricky, so that's the one that you should keep in mind. And the second group of verbs that will be tricky as well will be the verbs, well, regular verbs, but then from the first group, but ending with QUER, okay? So that's, I mean, the ones that will be more tricky than the verbs et les prépositions, and it's the part number 5, numéro 5. But then first, we should definitely see some keywords together. The first one will be quelqu'un, because I will use these words quite often. So, and it means someone, somebody, and quelque chose means something, quelque part, somewhere, someplace. Okay, so let's start right now. And the first verb is donner. Donner means to give. So first structure that you can make is donner quelque chose, okay, without any preposition. Or then you can have this donner quelque chose à quelqu'un, okay. Or then donner quelque chose pour quelqu'un, or then pour quelque chose. All right, so one more time. Donner, donner quelque chose à quelqu'un, donner quelque chose pour quelqu'un ou pour quelque chose. OK? Second verb, douter, d'accord? Douter, and then first structure, douter de quelqu'un or de quelque chose. Second structure, douter de plus, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form, infinitive. Or then the last structure, douter que, and then your verb should be at the subjunctive form. Okay, so one more time, douter. Douter de quelqu'un, douter de quelque chose, douter de plus verbe à l'infinitif, douter que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant, le verbe échanger. Première structure, échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. Okay, so no preposition before the quelque chose. Échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. Or then échanger quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay, so two structures. The first one, échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. The second one, échanger quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay? And then the next verb is écouter, so quite useful. First structure, écouter quelqu'un ou quelque chose, so no preposition before. Then, écouter quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay. And the last one, écouter ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay. So one more time, écouter quelqu'un, écouter quelque chose, écouter quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Or then, écouter ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. The next verb is écrire, and écrire is quite important as well because it means to write. First structure, écrire quelque chose, so no preposition before. Écrire quelque chose. Then second structure, écrire quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, or then écrire à quelqu'un de, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form, infinitif. Or then écrire à quelqu'un que, and the verb should be at the indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Écrire quelque chose à quelqu'un, écrire à quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif, or then écrire à quelqu'un que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay, the next verb is embrasser. Embrasser means to kiss. And then first structure, embrasser quelqu'un, embrasser quelque chose. Okay, no preposition. Embrasser quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, so two structures, embrasser quelqu'un, embrasser quelque chose, or then embrasser quelque chose à quelqu'un. The next verb is emmener. Première structure, emmener quelqu'un, no preposition. Then emmener quelqu'un quelque part, or then emmener quelqu'un, and the verb should be at the infinitive form right after. Okay, so one more time. Emmener quelqu'un quelque part, ou emmener quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Employer. Let's see how it goes. Employer quelqu'un, employer quelque chose. Okay, no preposition. Employer quelqu'un, or then quelque chose, à, and in that case, the verb should be at the infinitive form after. Okay, so one more time. Employer quelqu'un, employer quelque chose, employer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à, and then the verb at the infinitive form. Emprunter. Emprunter. Première structure, emprunter quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Emprunter quelque chose à quelqu'un. OK? Encore une fois, emprunter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Le verbe suivant, next verb is engager. Engager quelqu'un, engager quelque chose. OK? So no preposition before. Engager quelqu'un à, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form. And then engager quelque chose dans quelque chose. Okay, so one more time. Engager quelqu'un, engager quelque chose, engager quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif, engager quelque chose dans quelque chose. Les locutions adverbiales qui expriment la situation géographique. Okay, but then the first thing that we've got to see is, of course, what are we talking when we are talking about une locution adverbiale? And actually, it's quite simple because une locution adverbiale, well, it's a group of words that altogether will be used as an adverb, okay? So that's exactly what we will use une locution adverbiale for, okay? So it's just to complete a verb, all right? And then you're using it instead of an adverb just because, well, you want to use something else if the adverb is existing, or then in some cases, well, adverbs are not existing to express what la locution adverbiale, sorry, will express. Okay, so we'll see now the first one. Au-dessus. Au-dessus. Okay, so each time you will see the translation in English below. Au-dessus. Au-dessous. 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 En dessous. En dessous. En dessous. En face. En face. En face. Par-dessus. 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 Par-dessous. 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 Sans dessus-dessous. Sans dessus. Dessous. Sans dessus-dessous. The verb vivre, vivre is to live, and we'll see especially le passé simple, so the forms from the passé simple du verbe vivre. Okay, so we can start right now. So we've got the verb vivre, to live, and then les formes du passé simple. Je vécus, tu vécus, il vécut, elle vécut, nous vécûmes, vous vécûtes, ils vécurent, elles vécurent. Okay, so one more time. Je vécus, final S not pronounced. Tu vécus, same thing. Il vécut, elle vécut, final T not pronounced. So basically you've got only one form here, and it's vécu for all these three persons. Nous vécûmes, final S not pronounced. Vous vécûtes, same thing here. Ils vécurent, so remember, mark for the plural, and T is not pronounced phonetically, you don't get it, so vécurent, okay? Ils vécurent, and then elles vécurent. Okay, so one more time. Je vécus, tu vécus, il vécut, elle vécut, nous vécûmes, vous vécûtes, ils vécurent, elles vécurent. And that's it. You've got all the forms for the verb, le verbe vivre au passé simple. Les verbes et les prépositions, and it's the part number 6. But then the first thing that we should see together are the keywords that I will use in this lesson. And the first one is quelqu'un. It means someone, somebody. Quelque chose, something. Quelque part, somewhere, or someplace. Okay, and we'll see the first verb. And the first verb is enseigner. Okay, so let's start now. Enseigner quelque chose, so without any preposition here. Enseigner quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, well, then you can use enseigner à, and then the verb that should be after, must be at the infinitive form. Okay, enseigner comment, same thing here, you should put the verb at the infinitive form. Okay, and the last one, enseigner que, and then the verb should be at the indicative form. Be careful, it's not because it's introduced by que that it should be at the subjunctive, because in that case, your verb should be at the indicative. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Enseigner quelque chose à quelqu'un. Enseigner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Enseigner comment plus verbe à l'infinitif. Enseigner que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, entendre. Entendre quelqu'un, entendre quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Entendre quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Entendre quelqu'un ou quelque chose qui, and then the verb should be at the indicative form. Entendre que, okay, and in that case you've got two options, whether indicatif or conditionnel. And then the last one, entendre ce que plus indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Entendre quelqu'un, entendre quelque chose, entendre quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif, entendre quelqu'un, quelque chose, qui plus verbe à l'indicatif, entendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif ou verbe au conditionnel, entendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, entrer. Entrer quelque part. So in that case, you can use many prepositions. I just brought 3 of them, but then it could be à, en, dans, etc. And then entrer quelque chose. Okay? Entrer quelque part, à, en, dans, etc. Entrer quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe envoyer. Envoyer. Première structure, envoyer quelqu'un, envoyer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Okay? Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Envoyer plus infinitif. And the last one, envoyer quelqu'un plus infinitif. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Envoyer quelqu'un, envoyer quelque chose. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Envoyer plus verbe à l'infinitif. Envoyer quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe espérer. Première structure, espérer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Espérer plus infinitif. Espérer que plus indicatif. D'accord? Une fois, encore une fois, sorry about that. Espérer quelque chose, espérer plus infinitif, espérer que plus indicatif. Verbe suivant, essayer. Première structure, essayer quelque chose. Pas de préposition ici. Deuxième structure, essayer de plus infinitif. Okay, so one more time. Essayer, essayer quelque chose. Essayer de plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe excuser. Première structure, excuser quelqu'un, excuser quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Deuxième, excuser quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Troisième structure, excuser quelqu'un de quelque chose. Dernière structure, excuser de plus infinitif. Okay, so excuser, excuser quelqu'un, excuser quelque chose, excuser quelqu'un pour quelque chose, excuser quelqu'un de quelque chose, excuser de plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe expliquer, expliquer, expliquer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Expliquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Expliquer comment plus infinitif. Well, then it's also possible to use this. Expliquer comment plus verbe à l'indicatif. Expliquer ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Expliquer que plus verbe à l'indicatif, or it's also possible to use the subjunctive form, okay? If you've got a doubt here, whether you should use indicative or subjunctive, I've been making some videos regarding the different of uses concerning indicative and subjunctive, so you should definitely have a look at these videos. Okay, one more time. Expliquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Expliquer comment plus infinitif. Expliquer comment plus indicatif. Expliquer ce que plus indicatif. Expliquer que plus indicatif ou subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe falloir. Falloir. Première structure, falloir quelque chose. So no preposition before. Deuxième structure, falloir quelque chose à quelqu'un. Troisième structure, falloir plus verbe à l'infinitif. Falloir quelque chose pour plus verbe à l'infinitif. And last but not least, falloir que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, one more time. Falloir quelque chose à quelqu'un. Falloir plus infinitif. Falloir quelque chose pour plus infinitif. Falloir que plus subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe féliciter. Première structure, féliciter quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Deuxième structure, féliciter quelqu'un de quelque chose. Troisième structure, féliciter quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time, féliciter. Féliciter quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Féliciter quelqu'un de quelque chose. Féliciter quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Le passé antérieur. Okay, so we can start right now. And normally when I introduce tenses in videos, I divide the video in two parts. The first part will cover l'utilisation, so when do we use le passé antérieur, and the second part will cover la formation, how do we construct, how do we make this passé antérieur. Okay, so let's see first now l'utilisation. And well, the important thing when we talk about le passé antérieur is that we will use that pour exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés. And then they should be exprimés au passé simple. So clearly, what does it mean? It means that this passé antérieur form is the past in the past. Okay, so when you want to express something that happened before another event that happened in the past, then in that case, you should use le passé antérieur, but keep in mind that it works in connection to le passé simple. So it means that if you want to use that orally, if you want to use this past in the past concept, normally we've got, well, the tense that I've been introducing previously, and that's what we call le plus que parfait. Okay, but then in some cases, if you want to use le passé simple, and if you want to use something that happened before, then you should definitely use le passé antérieur. Okay, so keep in mind that l'utilisation est rare, so you will use it quite rarely, maybe never, okay, but you will probably encounter a few passés antérieurs. L'utilisation est à l'écrit, so it's mostly written, and then l'utilisation est dans le langage soutenu, so we are talking about formal French in that case. We're not really talking about the French that you will use orally with friends or family, okay? Because in that case, you will use other tenses of the past. So let's imagine that this is now. So this is the present, c'est le présent, okay? And let's say that you want to express something that happened in the past and you want to use le passé simple, okay? So it's possible, of course. If you don't know how to make the passé simple, well, I've been making little videos on that, so you can check it if you want. Okay, so first idea, you want to express something in the past at le passé simple. So keep in mind that the rule is quite strict, because if you want to express something that previously happened, in that case, you get to use le passé antérieur. Okay, so first le présent, then first thing in the past, you want to use le passé simple. Keep in mind that this is le passé antérieur. That should be used if you want to express something that happened even before. Okay, so this is the past in the past. This is the concept. An example here. So, dès qu'il eut bu son café, il partit au travail. So you can see here that you've got the verb boire, and it's at the passé antérieur form. So first he decides to drink his coffee, then he decides to leave and to go to work. Okay, so in that case, you get this passé simple here. So that's the whole concept. First, you've got this passé antérieur, then you get the passé simple. Everything happens in the past, okay, but then you wanted to use first, in that case, le passé simple, and then you get no choice, but you get to use le passé antérieur for this past in the past concept. So now let's see how do we construct le passé antérieur. And I've been deciding to put few examples, okay? So the first sentence will be always at le passé simple, and the second sentence will be at le passé antérieur. So le passé simple, je mangeais au restaurant, okay? So the verb is manger, to eat, and then you will get j'eus mangé au restaurant. Second one, tu regardas la télévision. Regarder is to watch. Tu eus regardé la télévision. And then we've got il alla au travail. Il fut allé au travail. And if you take the time to look at these forms, you can spot and you can see that we've got two parts. So it means that it is a compound tense, okay? And then as usual in French, when we're talking about compound tenses, then the second part here is always the same. It's le participe passé, so this past participle. Okay, so manger will become manger, regarder, regarder, aller will become aller. Okay, and the first part here, as usual in French, we will use whether avoir or être. And in this case, when we're talking about le passé antérieur, then avoir should be, or être should be at the passé simple form. Okay, so this is the concept, and this is the way we will construct this passé antérieur form. First, you get avoir, and it must be conjugated at the passé simple. Then you will put your participe passé, this past participle, and you will get le passé antérieur. Okay? In some cases, remember, we will use être. Same thing here. You get to conjugate être at the passé simple form. Then you will put le participe passé, and it will give you le passé antérieur. Let's see now the verbs that will require the use of être. And we're talking about aller, to go, arriver, to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, to be born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, to come back, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. So all these verbs will be conjugated at le passé antérieur, or then more generally at all the compound tenses in French with être. And then we've got the verbs like se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. Okay, so to watch, to look at oneself, to call oneself, to present oneself. So these verbs are called les verbes pronominaux. And all les verbes pronominaux will as well require être at le passé antérieur, or more generally at all the compound tenses in French. So let's see now how avoir is conjugated at le passé simple, because that's the first part that we will use in this passé antérieur form. And it's j'eus, tu eus, il, elle, on eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent, elles eurent. Okay, so j'eus, tu eus, il eut, nous eûmes, vous eûtes, ils eurent. Then être goes like that. Je fus, tu fus, il fut, elle fut, on fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, ils furent, elles furent. Okay? Je fus, tu fus, il fut, nous fûmes, vous fûtes, elles furent. Okay? So this is the first part. Remember that you get to use when you construct this passé antérieur. Then the second part is what we call le participe passé. And keep in mind that when we're talking about the verbs from the first group, regular verbs ending with er, then they will be quite easy, because you just need to take away this er form and you put accent aigu instead. Phonetically, it's quite easy because it's exactly the same thing. Parler will become parler. Regarder will become regarder. And even this tricky verb aller, to go, remember you don't conjugate that like the verbs from the first group, but even this one, when it comes to this participe passé form, then it's quite easy because it goes like aller. Okay, parler, parler, regarder, regarder, aller, aller. All right, so the second group of regular verbs, so ending with er, remember we're not talking about all the verbs ending with er, but they will be quite easy as well, because you just take away this er thing and you just replace it with i. Okay, so choisir will become choisi, finir will become fini, unir will become uni, okay, etc., etc. After that, of course, we've got the tricky ones. So verbs from the third group. So we can make some subgroups, but then be careful. You should definitely learn them by heart, but if it helps. So les participes passés qui finissent avec U, that will end with U, for example. Connaître will become connu. Voir will become vu. Okay, and then in I as well. So partir will become parti. Rire will become ri, okay, and then in it, écrire will become écrit, dire will become dit, and then in is, mettre will become mis, and prendre will become pris. Okay, so connaître, to know, connu, voir, to see, vu, partir, to leave, parti, rire, to laugh, ri, écrire, to write, écrit, dire, to say, dit, mettre, to put, mis, prendre, to take, pris. Okay? Few examples now, or I will conjugate the verb parler at the passé antérieur form, and you will get j'eus parlé, tu eus parlé, il eut parlé, elle eut parlé, on eut parlé, nous eûmes parlé, vous eûtes parlé, ils eurent parlé, elles eurent parlé. Okay, so you can see that we've got our participe passé that will end with a, okay? For a good reason, because remember that when we use être, then something will happen like for all the compound tenses in French. When we put être, then it means that at the end of your participe passé here, you will have to put whether the feminine or the plural form if needed. Of course, in that case, you get elle, so it's the feminine singular, so you should add this e at the end for the feminine singular. Then in that case, you get the plural, masculine plural, then you should put s for the masculine plural. And here you've got the feminine plural, and you should add this e and s for the feminine plural. Okay, keep in mind that, well, it's actually quite easy because phonetically they are the same, all right? But then you should add this final e for the feminine, final s for the plural, and final es for the feminine plural. And it goes like that. Il fut allé, elle fut allée, ils furent allés, elles furent allées. Okay, so let's see now all the forms. Je fus allé, tu fus allé, il fut allé, elle fut allée, nous fûmes allés, vous fûtes allés, ils furent allés, elles furent allées. So I will make now the liaison because I know that some of you want me to make the liaison all the time. Je fus allé, tu fus allé, il fut allé, elle fut allée, nous fûmes allés, vous fûtes allés, ils furent allés, elles furent allées. Okay, so remember that you put when needed for the feminine form, you put s when needed for the plural form, and then s for the feminine plural form. Okay? So keep in mind that le passé antérieur, one more time, you get avoir conjugated at the passé simple. Then you will have your participe passé form and you will get this passé antérieur form. In some cases, as we saw, we'll use être, same thing at the passé simple. Then your participe passé and it will give you le passé antérieur. Pluriel des noms composés, because it's actually quite tricky for persons who are learning French, and even for French people. In some cases, it can be quite tricky to put, when we call this non composé, of course, we call about a noun, but it's composed. So normally you get two parts. And when you want to put this noun at the plural form, then it can be a bit tricky. This video will only focus on the nouns that are formed by two nouns. Okay, so we're not talking about adjectives or verbs or preposition because it's possible. In that case, we're only concentrating on these nouns composed by two nouns. Okay, and well, the thing is that, as always in French, it's never 100%, because that's the way it works. But then the good news is that it's 90%, and it's quite much. In 90% of the cases, the two nouns will actually be at the plural form. Okay, so if you want to put this noun at the plural form, you will have to put the two nouns that compose this composed noun at the plural. Okay, I hope I'm clear. So I've been preparing few examples. Okay, and here you've got the, well, singular form, le singulier. The first one, un homme grenouille. Okay, so I will put here that translation in English. Okay, un homme grenouille. And so, well, as I said, if you want to put this noun at the plural form, then you will get des hommes here. So the S, mark of the plural, and then here as well, mark of the plural, grenouille. Okay, so un homme grenouille, des hommes grenouilles. Un homme orchestre. And so you get the translation here. Same thing, des hommes orchestre. Okay, so you get the plural here and then the plural here. Okay. Un homme sandwich. And then you will get des hommes sandwich, like that as well. Une infirmière chef will give you des infirmières chefs. Okay, and then you can notice that, well, as we saw previously, this final S is not pronounced so clearly if you only think about, I mean, the phonetical aspect of the thing. Une infirmière chef, des infirmières chefs. The only difference will be here in the liaison, because actually you don't pronounce this final S here or here. Okay, so une infirmière chef, des infirmières chefs. Un aide comptable, des aides comptables. Okay, same thing. You put this S and S here, but then you don't pronounce them. Un aide cuisinier, des aides cuisiniers. Okay, S and S. Un aide infirmier, des aides infirmiers. Un avion cargo, des avions cargo. Same thing, S, S, but then we don't pronounce them. Un avocat conseil, des avocats conseils. S, S, but then we don't pronounce it, or them. Un café-concert, des cafés-concerts. Un café-théâtre, des cafés-théâtres. Les verbes et les prépositions, and it's the number 8. Okay, so but before starting, we should definitely see some keywords together, because I will use them quite often in this video. The first one is quelqu'un, and it means someone or somebody. Then quelque chose, something, and then quelque part, somewhere or someplace. Okay, and we can start with the first verb, and it is fermer. Okay, so let's see now the structures we've got with fermer. And first one, la première, c'est fermer quelque chose. Okay, pas de préposition. Fermer quelque chose. Deuxième structure, fermer quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Okay, encore une fois, fermer quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Deuxième verbe, verbe finir. Verbe finir, première structure, finir quelque chose, pas de préposition, finir quelque chose plus un adverbe. Finir par quelque chose, finir avec quelque chose, finir par plus verbe à l'infinitif, finir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so you can see many structures, so we'll see them one more time. Finir quelque chose plus un adverbe, finir par quelque chose, finir avec quelque chose, finir par plus verbe à l'infinitif, finir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe fonder. Fonder, regardons les structures ensemble. Fonder quelque chose, pas de préposition. Fonder quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Ok, so one more time, encore une fois. Fonder quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe forcer. Forcer. Première structure, forcer quelqu'un, forcer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Forcer quelqu'un à quelque chose. Forcer quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Ok, encore une fois. Forcer quelqu'un, forcer quelque chose, forcer quelqu'un à quelque chose, forcer quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe gagner. Gagner, trois structures. Première structure, gagner quelque chose, pas de préposition, gagner quelque chose. Gagner en quelque chose. Troisième structure, gagner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Gagner quelque chose, gagner en quelque chose, gagner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe garder. Garder, 3 structures. Garder quelqu'un, garder quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Garder quelque chose de quelqu'un. Garder quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? Garder quelqu'un, garder quelque chose de quelqu'un, garder quelque chose à quelqu'un. Verbe suivant, verbe grandir. Grandir, 3 structures possibles. Grandir quelqu'un, pas de préposition. Grandir de quelque chose. Grandir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? 3 structures. La première, grandir quelqu'un, grandir de quelque chose pour la deuxième. Grandir de plus verbe à l'infinitif pour la troisième. Verbe suivant, verbe grossir. Grossir, grossir quelqu'un ou grossir quelque chose. Grossir de quelque chose. Donc grossir quelqu'un, grossir quelque chose, grossir de quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe habiller. Habiller, habiller quelqu'un, habiller quelque chose. Habiller quelqu'un en quelqu'un ou quelque chose. D'accord? Habiller quelqu'un, habiller quelque chose, habiller quelqu'un en quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Verbe hésiter, hésiter, hésiter entre quelqu'un, quelque chose et quelqu'un ou quelque chose. OK? Hésiter dans quelque chose, hésiter sur quelque chose et le dernier, hésiter à plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? Donc encore une fois, hésiter entre quelqu'un, quelque chose et quelqu'un ou quelque chose, hésiter dans quelque chose, hésiter sur quelque chose, hésiter à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Le E, so we're talking about letter, muet, okay, does mean mute, okay? Well, clearly when you won't have to pronounce this vowel d'accord? So let's start, and we'll see actually 4 different situations when you shouldn't pronounce this letter, and let's see with the first one. Okay, so the first one, and the rule is quite clear. It's à la fin d'un mot, at the end of a word, then you shouldn't pronounce this like here, une voiture. Okay, so clearly here this will open, I mean, the sound, so it's you won't have to pronounce it like une nasal un, but then it's une. Okay, but then you don't insist on it, so clearly you don't pronounce it une voiture. Same thing here. The last thing that you will hear is this r, voiture, voiture. So it's not here. Okay, so clearly you don't pronounce it here. It could be also in that situation when you've got a verb, okay? So elle parle, parle. And then the last thing here that you will hear is the l. Okay? So here is not pronounced and it's not pronounced here. You don't say elle, but then you say elle, elle. Elle parle. Okay? Elle parle. And then, well, it could be also in that case with an adjective, okay? Intelligente. Same thing here. When you put this well, actually, you will pronounce the final T, okay? But you don't pronounce this here. Intelligente. Okay, so une voiture, elle parle intelligente. Remember that if you've got, in some situations, the pronoun le, and if it comes after your verb, like in that case, then you will have to pronounce it. Okay, so regarde-le. Regarde-le. All right, regarde-le. Écoute-le. Okay, écoute-le. So here you pronounce it. And then finis-le. Okay, regarde-le, écoute-le, finis-le. All right, so when you've got this combination in which you've got this pronoun le after, okay, but then actually it's the same thing. In that case, you get to pronounce the final okay, but then in other cases, you don't. Second situation. Après une voyelle. So after another vowel, like here, for instance, you don't pronounce this okay? So in that case, if you want to pronounce it correctly, you should pronounce it like il étudie, okay? So the last thing that you will pronounce will be the vowel I here, okay? Il étudie. You don't pronounce this here. Okay, let's see another example. Elle joue. So it's in that case, it's quite interesting because if you look carefully, you've got the combination of the vowel O and U, and together, you know that they produce the sound OU, okay? And it's exactly the same rule. So you've got this after, but then clearly you don't pronounce it, okay? Elle joue. And then, je skie, okay? Exactly the same thing. Je skie, okay? You get this I, and after that, you've got the vowel but then you don't pronounce it. All right. And it's actually quite interesting because, you know, I just wanted to rewrite the same verbs, but then I will put them at the plural form. And then you get this and t. And actually, it will be exactly the same rule because you don't pronounce this and then even if sorry, if it's at the plural form, so and t, well, you don't pronounce it. So you will get ils étudient. All right, ils étudient. You don't pronounce that. And it will be exactly the same thing as we had previously. Elle joue. Okay, elle joue. And then tu skis. Well, exactly the same thing, even if you get this s. Well, actually, the is mute. You don't pronounce it, so you don't pronounce the final s either. Okay, étudier is to study, jouer is to play, and then skier is to ski. Okay. So clearly, if you've got this combination well, you don't pronounce I, it will be exactly the same thing. You don't pronounce the o, same rule, u, same thing. And then if you, as we saw previously, if you combine a and I, and after that you've got the you don't pronounce it. It could be as well this o, I, and you don't pronounce it. U, I, and you don't pronounce it. So it can be also this a and u together. You will get the sound o, but then you don't pronounce the if it's coming after. Same thing here. If you get and u, and then you get this you don't pronounce it. O and u, and after that you get the you don't pronounce it. Remember that it must be followed by whether a consonant, or then nothing. Okay, if you've got a vowel, I mean the rule is changing, of course. Okay, so whether a consonant, so une consonne, or then rien, so nothing. Okay, so let's see now the third situation here when will be muet. Okay, and then the thing goes like pour certains verbes au futur et au conditionnel présent, you won't pronounce this. So if you want to conjugate verbs, and in that case, we're talking about verbs from the first group, so ending with er, okay? So we will see that like here, for instance, aimer, okay, to love or to like. And the first form that you get here, it's the future form, le futur simple. And here you've got this conditionnel présent form, okay? But then it's exactly the same thing because even if you get this here and here, you don't pronounce it. So it will go like j'aimerais, or then j'aimerais. Remember, phonetically, they are the same, okay? J'aimerais, j'aimerais. It could be another verb like adorer, to adore. Tu adoreras, tu adorerais. Okay? Or then, étudier, same thing here. It will go away. Elle étudiera, elle étudierait. Okay? So, j'aimerais, j'aimerais. Tu adoreras, tu adorerais. Elle étudiera, elle étudierait. Quite simple. And now let's see the The number 4, the fourth situation where you don't pronounce it. And so that's the rule, à partir de la deuxième syllabe et après, okay? So if you've got a word in which you've got many syllables, think about that. If you've got the here, well, starting at the second place or the second syllable, and after, then you don't pronounce it. Let's see how it will go. Well, here it's exactly what we've been seeing because it's the second syllable. So you get re and then ve and nir, but then clearly you don't pronounce it. So you get revenir, revenir. Okay. Same thing here. Appeler, but then you get appeler, appeler, and then samedi. All right. So revenir, appeler, samedi. Okay, let's see now when they are in the third place. So bizarrement, but then you will get bizarrement, bizarrement. Exactly the same thing after that, complètement, but then you will get complètement. Okay, so revenir, appeler, samedi, bizarrement, complètement. And then think about that. Well, it's possible to find it at the fourth place. So it will be the fourth syllable of the word. And then we're talking about, well, in most of the cases, we're talking about the adverbs and the adverbs that will end with ment. Okay. In most of the cases, you don't pronounce this here. Le pluriel des noms composés. Okay. So if you didn't watch the first part, well, I would advise you to do it. Okay. So it's maybe it would be more clear. Okay, if you did, then let's start. And then keep in mind that in this video we'll work, or we'll see the words that will be composed by a noun and an adjective. Okay, so in the previous lesson we saw well, these nouns when they were composed by two nouns. Okay, but in that case it will be noun and adjective. Okay, and then, well, it will be exactly the same thing. It's never 100% in French, so it will be 90%. So in 90% of the cases, you will have to put well, the noun and the adjective at the plural form if you want to, well, put this all noun, so this composed noun at the plural form. Okay, so we'll see how it works, and then we'll have first the singular form here. So here is the first one, un haut commissionnaire. Okay, un haut commissionnaire. And if we want to put this word at the plural form, then it will be quite simple because you just need to here and here add the plural form. So in that case, it's S and S. Okay, des hauts commissionnaires. And if you're a bit careful, you can hear that un haut commissionnaire and des hauts commissionnaires, well, clearly it is pronounced the same way. So you put the S at the end of both things here, okay, but then you don't pronounce them. So it will be phonetically almost the same, okay, in most of the cases. Un haut relief, okay, un haut relief. And if we want to put the plural form, then it's quite simple because S and S, but then we don't pronounce them here. Des hauts reliefs. Okay, un haut relief, des hauts reliefs. Un franc-maçon. Okay, un franc-maçon, and then plural form, exactly the same rule as here and as here. Des francs-maçons, and then you don't pronounce them. Des francs-maçons. Un franc-tireur. Un franc-tireur, and then plural form, exactly the same rule. Des francs-tireurs. Un courbouillon. Un courbouillon. And then if you want to put the plural form, well, same rule, S, S, you don't pronounce it, des courbouillons. Un courbouillon, des courbouillons. Un court-circuit, un court-circuit, same thing, des courts-circuits, des courts-circuits. Un beau-père, un beau-père. So here it's interesting because if you remember, we saw that previously, this beau, so the adjective beau, you've got the singular form here and you've got the plural here. You don't put S at the end for the plural, but you will put this X. Okay, so X à la fin de beau. Okay, but then it's exactly the same thing because you don't pronounce it. Des beaux-pères. Okay, remember the S, but then it's silent. Des beaux-pères. Un beau-père, des beaux-pères. Une belle-mère, des belles-mères. Same rule here, S and S, but you don't pronounce it. Une belle-sœur, des belles-sœurs. Okay? Une belle-sœur, des belles-sœurs. Les verbes et les prépositions, et c'est le numéro 9. But then before starting, we should definitely see some keywords together because I will use them quite often in this video. So, quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. OK? Quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. Et le premier verbe est le verbe ignorer. Ignorer, ignorer quelqu'un, ignorer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Ignorer que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Ignorer si plus verbe à l'indicatif. D'accord? Ignorer quelqu'un, ignorer quelque chose, ignorer que plus verbe à l'indicatif, ignorer si plus verbe à l'indicatif. Imaginer. Imaginer quelqu'un, imaginer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Imaginer quelqu'un plus infinitif. Imaginer plus infinitif. Imaginer que plus verbe à l'indicatif. D'accord? Imaginer quelqu'un, imaginer quelque chose, imaginer quelqu'un plus infinitif, imaginer plus infinitif, imaginer que plus indicatif. Verbe suivant, imposer. Imposer quelqu'un, imposer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Imposer quelqu'un, quelque chose à quelqu'un, quelque chose. Imposer à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. Imposer que plus subjonctif. Donc imposer quelqu'un, imposer quelque chose, imposer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose, imposer à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, imposer que plus subjonctif. Verbe suivant, indiquer. Indiquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Indiquer que plus indicatif. Indiquer comment plus infinitif. Indiquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Indiquer que plus indicatif. Indiquer comment plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, interdire. Interdire quelque chose à quelqu'un, interdire de plus infinitif. D'accord? Interdire quelque chose à quelqu'un, interdire de plus infinitif. Introduire. Oops, should be introduce here, says missing. Introduire quelque chose dans quelque chose, introduire quelqu'un auprès de quelqu'un. D'accord? Introduire quelque chose dans quelque chose, introduire quelqu'un auprès de quelqu'un. Inviter, inviter quelqu'un quelque part, inviter quelqu'un à plus infinitif, inviter à quelque chose. D'accord? Inviter quelqu'un quelque part, inviter quelqu'un à plus infinitif, inviter à quelque chose. Jeter, jeter quelqu'un dehors. Jeter quelque chose quelque part. Jeter quelqu'un dehors, jeter quelque chose quelque part. Verbe jouer. Jouer quelque chose, jouer avec quelqu'un ou quelque chose, jouer à quelque chose, jouer de quelque chose. Jouer quelque chose, jouer avec quelqu'un ou quelque chose, jouer à quelque chose, jouer de quelque chose. Laisser, laisser quelqu'un, laisser quelque chose. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose plus infinitif. Laisser quelqu'un quelque chose à quelqu'un. Laisser à plus infinitif. Encore une fois, laisser quelqu'un, laisser quelque chose. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose plus infinitif. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Ou laisser à plus infinitif. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, when we're talking especially about les verbes du premier groupe en CER. Okay, so if you remember correctly, well, I told you that when we're talking about the first group of verbs ending with er, we're talking about regular verbs, which is the case, but then we'll get some subgroups, and these groups actually they will have to be, or the verbs in these groups will have to be slightly modified during conjugation for a good reason. You'll see why. Okay, so I wanted to take this verb lancer. Lancer is to throw something or then to launch something. And well, that's the thing. We will have three tenses that will be concerned by these modifications. The first one will be le présent, then l'imparfait, then le passé simple. We don't really use that much le passé simple, but still it's quite important to actually introduce, these tense and to show you, what modifications we'll have. Okay, and then the other thing will be the form of le participe présent, which is quite useful to actually see. When we're talking about le présent, actually the only form that will be affected or modified somehow will be the new form. Okay, and if you take 1 minute to actually think about that, normally if we would respect the rule, so for the regular verbs, we should write the verb like LAN C, so without the CD here, and then O and S, okay? But then phonetically, we would get l'encon, okay? Nous l'encon, and then the problem that we would have would be, well, difficulty to make the connection with this form and the infinitive, because the infinitive is lancer, okay? And if we get this form l'encon, actually it would be quite difficult to really make the connection between them. So just to get the sound s that we've got in the infinitive, well, we only need to put this cd, okay? And we'll get this nous lançons. All right. So, and that's the only modification we will have to make for this group or subgroup, if you want, of irregular verbs. Okay, it will be exactly the same thing for the imparfait form. Okay, so I did put this je and tu because they have the same ending here, but it will be exactly the same thing. So instead of just putting this c here, you will put this cd and you will get Je lançais, tu lançais. Okay, for the passé simple, it will be exactly the same thing. So we only need to put this cd and we'll get il lança, all right? And then participe présent, exactly the same modification. Just need to put the cd to get the s sound, lançant. All right, so let's have a look at the imparfait form. And the imparfait form goes like je lançais, tu lançais, il lançait, nous lancions. So you can see that here you don't need to put the cd because when you combine c and e, well, it's the sound s, okay? Vous lanciez, so exactly the same thing for the same reason. And then il lançait, okay? So you can see the modifications here, 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 and here, okay? For the present form, je lance, tu lances, il lance, nous lançons, so as I said, it's here, okay? Vous lancez, il lance. So clearly for all the forms, all the other forms, you don't modify it. I mean, you just respect the rule, when we're talking about the regular verbs, okay? But then the only thing is here, as I said, for nous, then in that case, you get to put la cédille. And then let's see the passé simple. Je lançais, tu lanças, il lança, nous lançâmes, vous lançâtes, ils lancèrent. So you can see that there is only one form that won't be affected by that, but then all the others will need to be modified with the city, like here. Okay? So remember, présent, imparfait, passé simple, and then participe présent will be the tenses and the forms affected by these or these modifications. Et participe passé invariable. So I've been thinking about this thing, and then, well, we've been covering the participe passé already a long time ago, and we've been seeing that we need them if we want to structure or to compose or to make composed tenses. And then in many situations, when we put the pronoun at a certain place, we've got to put at the end of this participe passé, whether the feminine or then the plural. But then there is a list of participe passé that will actually never change for a good reason. It's whether they are coming from verb intransitif, or then they are coming from what we call verb transitif indirect, and clearly that will give us this list of participe passé invariable. So it does mean that they will never actually be affected by this feminine thing that you get to put at the end, or then the plural thing that you get to put at the end. They will stay the same. Okay, so of course the list was a bit longer than what I've been selecting, but then, well, I've been selecting the most used verbs that normally students at this level should know or should use. Okay, so that's the reason why the list is quite long, but not as long as it could be. All right, so let's start now with the first one. So what I will do, I will read each time first the participe passé here, okay? And then after that, I will read the infinitive form, okay? So let's start now. Abouti, aboutir. Aboyer, aboyer. Accéder, accéder. Agi, agir. Appartenu, appartenir. Atterri, atterrir. Bailler, bailler. Bavarder, bavarder. Bondi, bondir. Briller, briller. Capituler, capituler. Circuler, circuler. Consister, consister. Contribuer, contribuer. Correspondu, correspondre. Déjeuner, déjeuner. Déplu, déplaire. Dîner, dîner. Divorcer, divorcer, dormi, dormir, durer, durer, éternuer, éternuer, été, être, évoluer, évoluer, exister, exister, failli, faillir, fallu, falloir, fonctionner, fonctionner, hésiter, hésiter, insister, insister. Oops, sorry, mistake here. It should be ER, okay? Lutter, lutter, marcher, marcher, menti, mentir, naviguer, naviguer, neiger, neiger, participer, participer, patienter, patienter, persister, persister, plus, plaire, plus, pleuvoir. Just 1 second to remind you, and we saw that previously, that these two verbs, plaire and pleuvoir, share the same participe passé. Okay, so it's not a mistake in that case. They just have the same participe passé. Procéder, procéder. Profiter, profiter. Réagir, réagir. Régner, régner. Résider, résider. Résister, résister. Ressembler, ressembler. Ri, rire. Séjourner, séjourner. Sembler, sembler. Souper, souper. Souris, sourire. Stationner, stationner. Succéder, succéder. Suffit, suffire. Surgit, surgir. Survécu, survivre. Sympathiser, sympathiser. Tarder, tarder. Trembler, trembler. Tricher, tricher. Triompher, triompher. Voyager, voyager. Le pluriel des noms composés. And we'll take the time in this video to see something quite tricky. And I'm really sorry about that, but well, I need to do my job and to explain or to tell you how it goes. When you get this composed noun, and when this composed noun is composed by first a noun, or not first, but then a noun and the adjective grand, because in most of the cases this grand will be in the first place. Okay, it will be tricky. It will be tricky. Let's be honest. The thing is that we will need to divide this video and to see how it works for the masculine form and then the feminine form. Just because when we'll see the masculine form, it's actually quite easy. It is not difficult at all, because when we've got this example like un grand-père, okay, so of course you get first this grand, and then after that you get the père. If you want to put this word at the plural form, then you will get des grands-pères. And it's actually quite simple, because it will respect the rule. I mean, the thing that we saw previously. You just need to put s at the end of each words. Okay, so grand with s, and then père with s, like that. Okay, so it's not really difficult, and especially if you think about that, you don't pronounce this s. So actually phonetically it's the same, grand-père here and grand-père here. Okay, so let's be honest. I mean, if it's for the masculine form, then it's not difficult. But if it's for the feminine form, and that's where it is a bit strange, but I mean, that's just a language. So we need to see how it goes. If you have at the singular form for the feminine, this form here, so grand, instead of grande, because normally it's an adjective and normally we should have a here, okay? But it does, I mean, it does happen that in some cases, like with this word in grand-mère, then actually you don't have this at the end of the adjective. So if you have this form, so first the adjective grand, at the feminine, but not really at the feminine because you don't have this okay, then that's when it will be tricky because you will have, well, two options to put the plural form. The first one will be this one. So you just put this S and S at the end of the first and the second part, okay? And it's also possible to see it like that. So only S at the end of the second word or the second part of this composed word. Okay, so des grands-mères. As I said, phonetically, it's the same anyway, because it will be une grand-mère, des grands-mères, and then des grands-mères. Okay, so phonetically, the same form, but you've got to keep in mind that, you know, this is how it should be written correctly. And in that case, keep in mind that the two options are correct. Okay, so that's the first part. And it's also possible to see composed words or nouns with first the adjective grand, but at the feminine form, like here, with grande, okay, and then duchesse. And in that case, well, not really difficult because you just, you know, do what we've been doing so far. So you just put S at the end of the first part and S at the end of the second part, okay? And you will get une grande duchesse, plural, des grandes duchesses. The conjugations irrégulières, and we're talking about the verbs from the first group ending with GER, okay? Because if you remember carefully, when I introduced the first group, it was a long time ago, I know, but then I said that, well, actually, the first group of verbs are regular verbs, and that's true. I mean, for the endings, it won't be really a problem, but then for some subgroups, we will have some modifications, and this is the one of the subgroup that we will talk about, verbs ending with GER. And we'll see the reason why we've got these modifications. I wanted to take a simple and useful verb. So it's bouger. Bouger is to move. Okay. And then we will see that the tenses that will be affected by these modifications will be le présent, l'imparfait, and then le passé simple. Okay. And then we'll have this participe présent form that will be also affected by that. Okay, but then when we're talking about le présent, actually the good news is that we'll have only one form that will be affected or modified, and this is the nous form. Okay, so if you have a look, and if we would respect the rule, we should write it like nous and then B-O-U-G, so without this E here, O and S. But then let's just imagine that the is not here. Phonetically, we would get the sound bougon, nous bougon. And then the problem is that it would be difficult to actually make a connection with the infinitive bougon, okay? And the infinitive is bouger, je, okay? So ge and je, all right? So the only way or the only possibility that we've got to make actually this phonetical connection with this form and the infinitive is by adding this here, okay? And so when you put this here, you will get the sound bougeons, okay? And in that case, you know what verbs we are or what verb we are talking about. Nous bougeons, all right? So it's only this nous form that will be affected at the present tense. If you're talking about imparfait, then, well, I did put this je and tu, actually, but then we will see a bit later that we will have more forms affected by it. But then for the same reason and with the same tool, so adding this we will actually have the connection, phonetical connection with the infinitive. Je bougeais, tu bougeais. All right. For the passé simple, it will be exactly the same thing. So I did put this il, but then we'll see that other persons are concerned as well. Il bougea. Okay. So exactly the same thing here for the participe présent. So we will get bougeant. All right. So let's have a look now at the present form. Je bouge, tu bouges, il bouge, nous bougeons, vous bougez, il bouge. Okay, so as I said, you can see that we've got only the new form that will be modified, because all the other forms, well, they are exactly respecting the rules of the regular verbs. And then imparfait, it will go like je bougeais, tu bougeais, il bougeait, nous bougions, vous bougiez, il bougeait. So if you look carefully, it's actually quite interesting, because nous and vous are not concerned by that, just because if you remember, when we combine G and I, we get the sound J, okay? So that's the reason why we don't need to add this here, okay? But then it's here, it's here, it's here, and it's also here for the plural, okay? Let's have a look at the passé simple now. Je bougeais, tu bougeas, il bougea, nous bougeâmes, vous bougeâtes, ils bougèrent. Okay, so if you look carefully, then it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, and it's here. So actually there is only this il at the plural form that won't be affected or modified. Okay, so remember, le présent, l'imparfait, le passé simple, and le participe présent will be the forms or tenses that will be affected. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 15, leçon A. And in this lesson, we'll see together les mots exclamatifs and especially what we call les adjectifs exclamatifs. So, les adjectifs exclamatifs, well, actually, it won't be that difficult because we already know them. Okay. We're talking about quel for the masculine singular form, then quel for the feminine singular form, and then for the plural form. So quel, and then plural form of the feminine, quel, like that. So the first thing, the good news is that if you listen carefully, quel, 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 quel. Okay, so phonetically, you get only one form. Of course, when you've got this S, well, if you've got a vowel after, then you will have to make this liaison. But then clearly, the basic form like that, phonetically, it's the same. Okay, we know them already because normally we use them when we ask questions. Okay, this what thing is quel in French, okay, but then of course we've got to put the correct form according to the word it is connected to, so according to the gender, whether it's masculine or feminine, and then if it's singular or plural. Okay, and let's see how it will go. Sorry, just before that, in most of the cases, and I insist on the most of the cases because we're not talking about all the cases, then when you will build this type of sentence, and we'll see that in a few seconds. So the type of sentence that will include this mot exclamatif, so the one we saw, in most of the cases, you won't use the verb. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one, so with quel, okay, so this is the sentence that could illustrate quite well the use of quel. Quel beau vélo. Okay, point d'exclamation. Well, you just want to say, what a beautiful bike. I mean, translation in English is exactly the same. Okay, and then you can see that in this sentence, you don't need to put the verb after or then, I mean, in the sentence anyway. Quel beau vélo. Well, you could say quel beau vélo tu as, for instance. You have. What a beautiful bike you have. But then in most of the cases, we don't need to put the verb. So we'll use this structure, quel beau vélo. And don't forget to put this point d'exclamation at the end, okay? Because that's the whole concept of that thing. And we're talking about les mots exclamatifs, okay? Quel beau vélo tu as, okay? And then, well, feminine form and then the singular. It could be, you could use this, quelle gentille serveuse, okay? What a nice waitress. Quelle gentille serveuse, d'accord? When we're talking about the plural form, then it could be quels enfants sportifs. Okay, so you notice here that I've been making the liaison. So quels enfants sportifs. All right. And the last one for the feminine plural. Quelle fille intelligente. Okay, so quel beau vélo, quelle gentille serveuse, quels enfants sportifs, quelle fille intelligente. So you can see that it's actually quite easy to construct these structures and to use these mots exclamatifs. So if we're talking about these adjectives exclamatifs here, quel, okay? And then don't forget to put le point d'exclamation at the end of your sentence. Le pluriel des noms composés, okay? And we'll see actually three different type of non composés in this video, okay? So we'll start with the first one. And the first one, actually, it will be un non composé. So the first part will be un nom, then the second part will be une préposition, and the last part will be un complément. Okay, so don't worry, we'll see an example. And in that case, well, in like 90% of the cases, the rule will be that it will be only le premier nom that will take the mark of the plural. Okay, so we'll see just one example. Un arc-en-ciel. Okay, so it's actually quite interesting. So the meaning is here, rainbow. And if you have a look, so you've got first arc, and then you get the preposition, and after that you get the complément, ciel. Okay, and so if we respect the rule that we saw previously, it's only the first part here, so le nom arc, that will take the mark of the plural, and then it will be S. Okay, so you will have un arc-en-ciel, and then the plural form, des arcs-en-ciel. Okay, you can see that as usual, we don't really pronounce this final S, so phonetically it's almost the same, but then we've got this liaison between the two, des arcs-en-ciel. Okay, second situation, un nom formé d'une préposition or un préfixe et d'un nom. Okay, and so in that case, le nom prend la marque du pluriel. Okay, so we'll see an example. And it's a good example and quite useful here. Une demi-heure. Okay, so demi is half, and then heure, hour. Okay, so in that case, you get this demi first, and then you get this heure. Okay, and so if we respect the rule that we saw, it will be only le nom, like here, so heure, that will take here the plural. So you will have to put the S at the end of heure, and you don't touch this prefix demi in that case. Okay, des demi-heures. Une demi-heure, des demi-heures. Okay? And last but not least, un nom formé d'une phrase, locution adverbiale, de verbe ou d'infinitif. Okay? And in that case, the good thing is that you don't need to touch the word at all. Okay, so it will stay the same whether it's at the singular form or at the plural. And then just wanted to give you this beautiful one. It's one of my favorite. Un je ne sais quoi. Okay, well, it's quite used in English as well, but then I just wanted to give you maybe a more clear translation. Okay, so un je ne sais quoi, and then if we respect the rule, then des je ne sais quoi. So you don't touch at all the word, you just put it like that. No S, okay, and then phonetically, of course, it's the same pronunciation. Okay, un je ne sais quoi, des je ne sais quoi. Conjugaison irrégulière, and especially we're talking about the first group of verbs ending with er, and in that case, we'll see the verbs that will end with o, y, okay, just wanted to take a useful verb, and well, envoyer, to send, is actually quite useful. And so we'll see in this video that when we're talking about these verbs, so this subgroup of verbs that normally should be regular, well, they will be irregular, but, and it will only affect l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. Okay, so we'll see the conjugation together. So for the indicatif présent, let's see, so it will go like j'envoie, tu envoies, il envoie, nous envoyons, vous envoyez, ils envoient. Okay, so you can see that actually here, 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 and here, it's a bit different that normally it should be if we would respect the rule. So let's see now for the futur simple. J'enverrai, tu enverras, il enverra, nous enverrons, vous enverrez, ils enverront. Okay, so now you can see that there is a big difference between what we saw, I mean, for the main group of verbs from the first group and this one, because actually, you know, enverrai form is quite far in a way from the envoyer. Okay, so let's see now conditionnel présent. Well, clearly it will be the same construction or the same idea of construction, so same modification. J'enverrai, tu enverrais, il enverrait, nous enverrions, vous enverriez, ils enverraient. Okay, and then let's see now le subjonctif présent. Que j'envoie, que tu envoies, qu'il envoie, que nous envoyons, que vous envoyez, qu'ils envoient. Okay, and then you can see that here, 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 and here, it's a bit different. That's what it should be normally if we would respect the rule for the verbs of the first group. So remember, when we're talking about the verbs ending with O, Y, ER, then the following tenses will be affected and modified. So indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. Okay, check the video one more time if you really need to remember it, because it can be tricky in some way, because especially for the futur simple and conditionnel présent, I mean, phonetically, indicatif présent and then subjunctive présent, they don't really change that much. But then if you've got to talk or if you've got to speak with someone, futur simple and conditionnel, I mean, modification. L'infinitif and then les modifications. And more precisely, we will talk about reflexive verbs. Okay, so infinitive. So let's start right now. And I've been thinking that it would be interesting to pick two verbs and maybe to take, well, actually, regarder first and then se regarder. Okay, so regarder means to look, and then se regarder, so it's the reflexive verb, so to look at yourself. Okay, so let's see now, because the idea is that when you've got two verbs, actually, we take the futur proche as an example. So the futur proche, remember, it's this fake future in a way. When you use this I am going to and something is coming after. So we do the same in French. We use aller, to go, and then you put the second verb at the infinitive. So it's normally quite simple if you've got a normal verb in a way. But then when we start to construct that with the reflexive verbs, it can be a bit tricky, or it can be a bit strange at the beginning. So that's the reason why we'll see that together. So first person, je, and then, well, actually, if you want to use this futur proche form, I am going to look, it's quite simple, because you just put your subject, you put your verb here, to go, conjugated at the present form, je vais, and then you put the infinitive form, regarder. Okay, so in this situation, it is quite simple. But then the question is, how would you put that if you would use this reflexive verb, se regarder? Because the common mistake that actually my students tend to make is that they will put je vais and clearly they will put the infinitive se regarder, which is logical in a way. It's a logical mistake, but then unfortunately for you, non, 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 it should be like that. Je vais, and then ce will have to be modified according to, well, here the subject. So here the subject is at the first person, so je, and then you will have to put me for the first person, regarder. Je vais me regarder. Okay? So here, je vais regarder, I am going to look. Je vais me regarder, I am going to look at myself. Okay, so that's the reason why here you will have to put this me and not se. Okay, so you should keep that in mind because it will change, of course, for tu as well. So tu vas regarder. I mean, it's quite simple here. Tu vas and then te regarder. Okay, so te for the second person. Il va regarder. And good news for you, it's actually quite simple. Il va se regarder. Okay, so for the third person, it will be se. Elle va regarder. And then same thing, elle va se regarder. Well, because elle is also the third person of the singular. And then on as well, on va regarder. On va se regarder. Okay, so now for the first person of the plural, nous allons regarder. And then it will become nous allons nous regarder. Vous allez regarder. Vous allez vous regarder. And then good news, third person of the plural. Ils vont regarder. Ils vont se regarder. Elles vont regarder. Elles vont se regarder. All right? So, je, tu, and then il, elles, on. Keep in mind that if you construct this structure in which you get first a verb and then a second verb at the infinitive, and it's a reflexive verb, then it should be me and then the rest at the infinitive. If it's tu, it should be te and then the rest at the infinitive. Il, elles, on, it should be se and the rest at the infinitive. Nous, vous, il, elle, it should be nous, vous, and then se. Les mots exclamatifs and especially les adverbes exclamatifs. Okay, so les adverbes exclamatifs, well, actually, they won't be that difficult because we will see in this lesson the first one will be que, then the second one will be ce que, and the last one will be comme. Okay, so in that case, we're talking about exclamatif, so exclamation, so it does mean that, well, you could say to someone, tu es intelligent. You are intelligent. Okay? But then, of course, if you want to insist, if you want to put this exclamation concept in that, well, first you need to put this point d'exclamation at the end. And of course, normally you will, if it's orally, you will tend to modify a little bit the sentence and the way you pronounce this sentence. So you will insist like, ah, tu es intelligent. Okay, but then of course we've got these adverbs and then we can use them. It will be quite simple. The first one, actually, que, you just need to add it at the beginning of your sentence. Okay, so we've got exactly the same sentence as we had previously. So in the example, tu es intelligent, you just need to add this que. Okay, oh, que tu es intelligent. Okay, so in that case, well, sorry, I'm not a good actor, but then I try to I try my best. But when you put this que in that case, well, you will insist on the fact that you are really, really surprised or amazed. Okay, que tu es intelligent. It will be exactly the same thing if you want to use this ce que. It's a bit more spoken, but still exactly the same way of construction. You just need to put ce que at the beginning and you continue your sentence. Oh, ce que tu es intelligent. Okay. And the last one, well, comme. So, of course, it's another adverb, but then the meaning will be exactly the same. Comme tu es intelligent. Okay, so in all the three cases, the meaning is exactly the same. The adverbs will be different, but still, actually, you get the choice. It's quite good. So you can say que tu es intelligent, ce que tu es intelligent, comme tu es intelligent. Okay, les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll especially work on les verbes that will end with U, Y, E, R. Okay, les verbes en U, Y, E, R. And I wanted to take, well, simple verb. The verb is essuyer, so it means to wipe. Okay, essuyer. And we'll see that, well, this verb, like the others that will end with UYER, well, it will be a bit difficult or they will change a little bit. So even if it's a regular verb, so it belongs to the first group of verbs ending with er, okay? But then you'll see that few modifications will be found. So we're talking about l'indicatif présent. We will see that le futur simple will be concerned as well. And then conditionnel présent and subjonctif présent, okay? So for the other tenses, actually, this verb will behave like all the other regular verbs ending with er. Okay, so let's see now le présent and we'll have a look. So it's j'essuie, tu essuies, il essuie, nous essuyons, vous essuyez, ils essuient. Okay, and if you look carefully, then you can see that for the first form here, actually this y is changing and now it's e. Okay, same thing here, and then it will be exactly the same thing here. Okay, for nous and vous, actually it does respect the rule for the first group or for the verbs ending with er. So actually you don't really modify it, you just put this y and after that the ending, so y and the ending. Okay, but then keep in mind that for the je, tu, il, and then il, in that case you can see that this y will be changed and it will be replaced by i. Okay, so let's see now le futur simple. J'essuierai, tu essuieras, il essuiera, nous essuierons, vous essuierez, ils essuieront. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing that, I mean, you can see that this y will be changed and modified and it will be replaced by this i. And you can see that in that case here for the futur simple form, it does concern all the forms. So je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. Okay, so let's see now for the conditionnel présent. J'essuierai, tu essuierais, il essuierait, nous essuierions, vous essuieriez, ils essuieraient. And it's exactly the same modification. So this y is changed and modified with e here. So, and it does affect all the persons. Okay, and so finally, let's see le subjonctif présent. Que j'essuie, que tu essuies, qu'il essuie, que nous essuyons, que vous essuyez, and then qu'ils essuient. Okay, and exactly as we had for the present form of the indicatif, so the one we saw in just the first one. So same thing here. So y is changed and replaced by i, i, i. Okay, for je, tu, and il, and same thing for il at the plural form. So that's the only modifications you need to do. Okay, endings are staying the same and they don't change at all. Okay, so let's remember that if you've got these verbs, so ending with u, y, er, well, indicative présent will be slightly modified as we saw, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent as well. Interjections, and especially the one that will express la satisfaction ou l'accord. So the first thing that we need to define actually is what is une interjection. Well, it's exactly the same in English. You know, all these little words that you can, in most of the cases, use on their own like that, or then you can combine them with a sentence, okay? And then by using these little words, you will express, well, shortly, your feelings, okay? So in that case, the thing that we would like to express is la satisfaction or l'accord, accord, so to agree, agreement, okay? And then the first option that we could have would be this bien, okay? Second one will be très bien. Third one could be bon, okay? So bien, très bien, bon. Let's see more of them. Bravo would be an option as well. Bravo. Super. Génial. Okay, so bravo, super, génial. Cool, parfait, chouette. Cool, parfait, chouette. And then actually it's quite interesting because lately we've been noticing that in French language, people tend to use a lot this trop, too much, okay? Trop fort, trop cool, trop bien, okay? Trop fort, trop cool, trop bien. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and then we'll focus on les verbes en A, Y, E, R. Okay, so the verbs that will end with A, Y, E, R. Okay, so I want you to take, well, a classic verb that we tend to use quite often, and it's payer, to pay. Payer, okay, so A, Y, E, R here. And we'll see that even if it belongs to the first group, so ending with E, R, so regular group, well, this verb will be slightly modified, and it will concern the following tenses: indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So it does mean that for all the other tenses, actually these verb will follow the rule. The endings will be the same, and then the way we construct and the way we build the forms will be the same. But then for indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, so we'll see together that we'll have slight or little changes. Okay, so we'll start with the présent. So je paie, tu paies, il paie, nous payons, vous payez, il paie. All right. So what you can see is that this Y actually, well, disappears and is replaced by this I. All right. So like here. So it does concern the je, tu, il. Actually, for nous and vous, you can see that it's here, so it's not a problem. So it does follow the normal rule of conjugation for the first of, so the verbs of the first group, sorry. And then for il, the plural form, it's exactly the same as we have for je, tu, and il. So you change this y and you put I instead. Okay, so that's the way it should be done, and that's the way I was taught when I was young. But then the good news is that actually you've got another option for this payer group or AY group, because it is now allowed to write them or to write these verbs like that as well. Okay, so it's a good news because it does mean that in fact it is possible to write them like you should write them, you know, when you, because they belong to the first group of verbs. So it can go like that. So je paie, tu paies, il paie, nous payons, vous payez, and then il paie. Okay, and in that case it's quite funny because we tend to make the difference maybe in pronunciation. So between this one, je paie, and then some persons can pronounce je paye. Okay, tu paies, tu payes, il paye. Here it's the same. Nous payons, nous payons. Vous payez, vous payez. Il paie, and then il paye. Okay, and then future simple. So as you can see, I've been dividing the screen in two, so it does mean that it will be the same. So we'll see first the official and well, the way l'Académie française would like us to write it or to say it. So je paierai, tu paieras, il paiera, nous paierons, vous paierez, and then ils paieront. Okay, so you can see that it's exactly the same thing. This y is gone and it's replaced by this e for each forms. Okay, but then it's also possible to use this je paierai, tu paieras, il paiera, nous paierons, vous paierez, ils paieront. Okay, so it is possible and it is an option for you to keep this y, and actually it won't be considered as a mistake, or it shouldn't be anyway. And then let's see now le conditionnel présent. So je paierai, tu paierais, il paierait, nous paierions, vous paieriez, il paierait. Okay, and it's exactly the same thing. So it is allowed to use this je paierai, tu paierais, il paierait, nous paierions, vous paieriez, il paierait. Okay, so it's a good news. It's possible to use this y and to keep it if you want it, or then if you want to respect the official rule, you change this y and you put this e instead. Okay, and let's see now le subjonctif présent. Que je paye, que tu payes, qu'il paye. Or then if you want que je paie, que tu paies, qu'il paie. Que nous payons, que vous payiez, qu'il paie. Ok, subjonctif présent, que je paye, ou que je paie, que tu payes, que tu paies, qu'il paye, que nous payons, que vous payez, qu'il paie, or qu'il paye. Okay, so it's actually quite good. I mean, because you can see that you've got two options, which is quite rare in French. Normally you get one rule and then you should respect it. So for this verb actually, and for the group of verbs that will end with a, y, er, so you will have whether the option of respecting the rule and then make these little modifications, or then if you want to keep, well, the normal rule for the er verbs, then it's possible. Okay, so keep in mind that indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and subjonctif présent are concerned les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially the verbs that will end with e, l, e, r. Okay, so verbs from the first group, so regular verbs, but then in some cases they will be a little bit modified. Okay, but then first thing that we should say is that the verbs like appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, or then interpeller, actually they won't follow the rules or the rule that we will see in this video. Okay, so I will make a special video right after this one. Okay, and then we'll see how they are modified, because they are modified as well in a way. Okay, but then they don't follow the rule that we'll see in this video. Okay, so I wanted to take this verb geler, to freeze. Okay, and so we'll see that so geler will actually be slightly modified. Okay, and it will concern the following tenses: indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. For all the other tenses, actually geler will be conjugated like it should be, or like the other verbs from this first group are conjugated. Okay, so we'll start with the présent and we'll see the forms. Je gèle, tu gèles, il gèle, nous gelons, vous gelez, il gèle. Okay, and so what you can see is that je, tu, il, and then il will be concerned by these changes, and in that case we're only talking about this accent grave. Okay, so you will have to remember to put this accent grave on the top of e for je, tu, il, and then il at the plural. If you look carefully for nous and vous, you don't change, you don't modify it, you just keep it like that and respect the rule of conjugation or construction of conjugation. Okay, so je gèle, tu gèles, il gèle, but then nous gelons, vous gelez, il gèle. Okay, so let's see now for the futur simple. Je gèlerai, tu gèleras, il gèlera, nous gèlerons, vous gèlerez, ils gèleront. Okay, so in that case you can see that all the forms are concerned and it's exactly the same modification, so you need to put this accent grave on the top of the first here, j'ai. Okay, so gèlerai, gèlera, gèlera, gèleront, gèlerai, gèleront. Okay, so if we're talking about conditionnel présent now, we'll see the forms. Je gèlerai, tu gèlerais, il gèlerait, nous gèlerions, vous gèleriez, il gèlerait. Okay, so what you can see is that it's exactly the same modification and it will concern all the forms. So accent grave on the top of the first e. Gèlerait, 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 gèlerions, gèleriez, gèlerait. For the subjunctive présent now, it will go like que je gèle, que tu gèles, qu'il gèle, que nous gelions, que vous geliez, qu'il gèle. Okay, so the modification will concern je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form. For nous and vous, actually, you don't modify it, you just keep it like that, and you put the normal endings for the subjunctive présent. So, que je gèle, que tu gèles, qu'il gèle, and then qu'il gèle. Okay, so remember that if we're talking about these verbs, so the verbs of the first group ending with e, l, e, r, the following tenses will be modified, so indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially, well, the verbs like appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, and then interpeller. All these verbs, okay, so ending with e, l, e, r, but then the verbs that will be part of the appeler family verbs. Okay, so we'll see that I took this example, so appeler, okay, and then we'll see that the following tenses will be concerned by these changes. So we're talking about indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. It does mean that for all the other tenses, actually, appeler will follow the rule of the construction of conjugation of the verbs from the first group, so ending with er, okay, but then for these tenses it will be a bit different, okay, and that's exactly what we'll see in this video, and we'll start of course with the présent form. So it will go like j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, nous appelons, vous appelez, ils appellent. Okay, so if you look carefully, you can see that the je, tu, il, and then the il and the plural forms are concerned, because you can see that we will double the L. Okay, you will have to put another one. Okay, and then it's quite interesting because, as we saw in the previous video, if you have double L like that, it will affect the pronunciation of the e. So actually it will open the sound, and that's the reason why you will get the sound e, okay? J'appelle, j'appelle, all right? So j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, and now for nous and vous, actually, they follow the rule, but then you keep only one L. So that's the reason why you will get the sound appelons. Okay, this is mute or silent. Appelons, and then vous appelez. Okay, and back to this open E. Okay, so double L, so appelle. All right, so j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, nous appelons, vous appelez, ils appellent. Okay, so keep in mind that je, tu, il, and then ils are concerned, and that you've got to double the L. Let's see now for le futur simple. J'appellerai, tu appelleras, il appellera, nous appellerons, vous appellerez, ils appelleront. So in that case, for the future simple, all the forms are concerned, and it's exactly the same modification that we saw previously. So you get to double the L, okay? And it will affect all the forms. So remember, you double the L, so it does open the sound of this E, and you get E, okay? J'appellerai, tu appelleras, il appellera, nous appellerons, vous appellerez, ils appelleront. Okay, let's see now le conditionnel présent, and it will be exactly the same thing. Sorry, j'appellerai, tu appellerais, il appellerait, nous appellerions, vous appelleriez, ils appelleraient. Okay, so same thing. You get to double the L, and it does concern all the forms. If you can look carefully. So j'appellerais, tu appellerais, il appellerait, nous appellerions, vous appelleriez, ils appelleraient. Okay. And last but not least, le subjonctif présent que j'appelle, que tu appelles, qu'il appelle, que nous appelions, que vous appeliez, qu'ils appellent. Okay. And here you can see that je, tu, il, and il at the plural form are concerned by that. So same thing, you double the L and then you open the sound of this here. J'appelle, que tu appelles, qu'il appelle. And then here you just keep the form and you just keep the normal ending. Que nous appelions, que vous appeliez, qu'ils appellent. Okay, so remember that for all the verbs that belong to this family of verb appeler, okay, appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, interpeller as well, okay, so they will follow the rule, of course, for the endings, but then they will have some modifications, and as we saw, it will concern l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially the verbs that will end with TER, okay? So regular verbs from the first group ending with ER, okay? But then we'll see that these verbs will be, in some cases, a bit different. And then what we should keep in mind is that the verbs from these family of verbs, so you can see that jeter is the first one, and after that, all the verbs will be based on jeter, so déjeter, interjeter, projeter, rejeter, and then surjeter. Well, these verbs won't follow the rule, or they will actually follow another rule. So all the things that we'll see in this video, they won't concern these verbs. Okay, so I've been choosing a verb acheter, quite useful. It means to buy, and as you can see, it's a ter, so first group, but then we'll see that for the indicatif present tense, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, it will be slightly different. Okay, for all the other tenses, actually, you just respect the rule that we saw concerning the construction of the conjugation so all the other tenses, I mean, it will follow the rule. Okay, so now we'll see the présent form, and then it goes like j'achète, tu achètes, il achète, nous achetons, vous achetez, ils achètent. And so you can see that the only modification we will have to do will be to put an accent grave on the top of this here, okay? And it will concern only je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form, okay? For nous and vous, actually, you don't change, and you just respect the rule or the rule that we saw concerning the construction of the present tense for the first group of verbs, so ending with er, okay? But then remember that you get to put it and then you will have to pronounce it. So it goes like j'achète, tu achètes, il achète, and then here, ils achètent. Okay? After that, nous achetons, vous achetez. Remember this here is silent or mute. Okay? So for the future simple, j'achèterai, tu achèteras, il achètera, nous achèterons, vous achèterez, ils achèteront. So here you can see that all the forms will be concerned and affected or modified. Okay, so it's the same rule. So you will put this accent grave here, and then you will change the pronunciation. So you will get this est, achèterait, achètera, achètera, achèteront, achèterait, achèteront. Okay. For talking about le conditionnel présent, it will be, well, the same. J'achèterai, tu achèterais, il achèterait, nous achèterions, vous achèteriez, ils achèteraient. Okay? So, same thing, accent grave here, and then it will affect all the forms. J'achèterais, tu achèterais, il achèterait, nous achèterions, vous achèteriez, ils achèteraient. Okay? And last but not least, let's see le subjonctif présent. Que j'achète, que tu achètes, qu'il achète, que nous achetions, que vous achetiez, qu'ils achètent. Okay? And then, same thing, accent grave, and it will concern je, tu, il, elle, and then il, elle at the plural form. For nous and vous, you don't change it. Okay? Que j'achète, que tu achètes, qu'il achète, and then plural form, qu'ils achètent. Okay? Well, that's it. So remember that for these T, R, you will have to modify at the indicatif présent, at the future simple, at the conditional présent, and subjunctive présent for all the other tenses. The verb will behave like a normal ER. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially, well, the verbs that will be constructed based on jeter. Okay, so you get jeter and then, well, verbs like déjeter, interjeter, projeter, rejeter, surjeter. So they are from the same family, and we're talking about this jeter. So that's the reason why we will see the example of jeter. So jeter actually, jeter quelque chose, to throw something, or then to pitch something. It could be a ball or it could be a stone, whatever. But then we'll see that actually the following tenses will be affected by these changes. So we're talking about indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So it does mean that for all the other tenses, well, actually, jeter will follow the rule. So the rule from the first group of verbs, so er, okay? But then for these tenses, we'll see that we will have little changes. And we'll see right away what are these changes for the présent form. And it goes like je jette, tu jettes, il jette, nous jetons, vous jetez, and then il jette. So what we can see here is that je, tu, il, and il will be affected by these changes. And well, the only change that you will have to make is that you will have to double the t here. T, okay? Normally you should have only one, and then you will double it. And by putting two t like that, then it will open the sound of this e, so you will get jette, okay? Je jette, tu jettes, il jette, and then here you don't touch it. Jetons, vous jetez, okay? And then back to the change, il jette. All right, so you double this letter T here, okay? And then let's see now for the futur simple. Je jetterai, tu jetteras, il jettera, nous jetterons, vous jetterez, ils jetteront. So we can see that here this modification will affect all the forms, okay? And it's, well, exactly the same modification as we did previously for the present form. So you double this letter. Jetterai, jettera, jettera, jetteront, jetterai, jetteront. And then for the conditionnel présent form, je jetterai, tu jetterais, il jetterait, nous jetterions, vous jetteriez, il jetterait. Okay, so exactly the same modification, and it will affect, as for the future, it will affect all the persons. So you double your T here, okay, and you get je jetterais, tu jetterais, il jetterait, nous jetterions, vous jetteriez, il jetterait. Okay, and let's see now how le subjonctif présent will be affected. Que je jette, que tu jettes, qu'il jette, que nous jetions, que vous jetiez, and then qu'il jette. So what can we see here? We can see that je, tu, il, and then il will be affected because you will have to, as we did previously, double this letter. Okay, but then nous and vous, actually, you don't touch them. You just follow the rule of construction of the subjunctive présent for the verbs from the first group. Okay, so que je jette, que tu jettes, qu'il jette, que nous jetions, que vous jetiez, and then qu'il jette. And that's it. So keep in mind that for all the verbs that will belong to this jeter family, then indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, then subjonctif présent will have, the little changes that we saw, okay, for all the other tenses, well, no modifications, just follow the rules that we... Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll focus on the verbs from the first group, and then, well, a specific category of verbs that will end with whether or then accent aigu, and then une consonne, and then er. So you get few examples here. So it could be ending with aider, aimer, né, été, but then many others as well. But then they will follow the rule that we will see here, okay? Because actually, even if they are regular, they will be affected and they will have slight changes. So I've been taking this amener is to bring, okay? And then, so bring someone. And then we'll see that actually the tenses that will have these slight or little changes will be l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. It does mean that for all the other tenses, actually this verb amener will just behave like a normal verb from the first group. So it will follow the same rules of construction, okay? But then for indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, little changes will happen, and that's exactly what we'll see in this video. So we'll start with le présent, and then it will go like j'amène, tu amènes, il amène, nous amenons, vous amenez, ils amènent, okay? And then what can we see here? We can see that actually je, tu, il, and il will be concerned by this little change, and it's only the accent here, accent grave, on the top of this okay? And then it will change, of course, the pronunciation, because you will have this sound open, amen, okay? Amen, tu amènes, il amène. Nous doesn't change. Nous amenons. Okay, it's a silent here. Mute. Amenons. Vous amenez. Exactly the same thing. You don't pronounce this and then here back this change. So amen. Okay. So remember, the only thing that you will have to change or modify will be to put this accent, l'accent grave. Let's see now for the futur simple. J'amènerai. Tu amèneras. Il amènera. Nous amènerons. Vous amènerez, ils amèneront. Okay, so we can see here that all the forms are concerned and all the forms are modified, but then the modification is exactly the same as we saw previously, so it's just this accent grave that you get to put on the top of this amènerait, amènera, amènera, amèneront, amènerait, amèneront. Okay, let's see now for the conditionnel présent. J'amènerai, tu amènerais, il amènerait, nous amènerions, vous amèneriez, ils amèneraient. Okay, and it's exactly the same thing. So we'll have the modification, and this modification will affect all the forms, okay, but it will be exactly the same modification as we saw previously. Just put this accent grave on the top of this amènerait, 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 amènerions, amèneriez, amènerait. Okay, and let's see now the last one, le subjonctif présent, and it goes like que j'amène, que tu amènes, qu'il amène, que nous amenions, que vous ameniez, qu'ils amènent. Okay, and we can see that, well, we'll have the modification, but it will affect only je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form, and it will be exactly the same modification, this accent grave that we get to put on the top of this amène, amène, amène. Then for nous, you don't touch it, so amenions, vous ameniez, and then here, modification for il at the plural form, amène. Okay, and that's it. So remember that for this subgroup of verbs, so the one ending with or then accent aigu, and then une consonne, and then r, okay, so the following tenses will have these slight changes. So indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So for all the other tenses, no modifications, just put and just conjugate the verb as it should be conjugated according to the rule that will concern all the... Le passé simple. So this video will be divided in two parts. The first one will be covering l'utilisation, so when do we use le passé simple, and the second one will cover la formation, so how do we construct this passé simple tense. We can start right now with l'utilisation, okay? And well, the main thing when we think about le passé simple, well, the first thing it's a tense from the past, and then utilisé à l'écrit. So in most of the cases, you will see or you will encounter this passé simple form at the written form. Okay, so dans la littérature, dans les récits historiques, dans les contes, dans les journaux. Okay, so in most of the cases, we will see these passé simple forms in literature, dans la littérature, historical stories, les récits historiques, fairy tales, les contes, and then newspapers, les journaux. Okay, and then keep in mind that it is quite rare à l'oral, assez rare à l'oral. So dans le passé, in the past, of course, and you will express with le passé simple une action, un fait, un événement. Okay, so it will be used in the past to express une action, an action, un fait, a fact, and then un événement, an event. Keep in mind that you don't have any connection with the time when you say or when you tell this thing at the past. Okay, so pas de connexion avec le moment de l'énonciation. And the last thing is that normally the person who will express this passé simple form will be somehow exterior to the story. So la personne est extérieure au récit. Okay, so keep that in mind if you want to express in the past une action, un fait, or then un événement. Okay, don't have any connection with the time when the person is telling this past form. Okay, and then the person who is actually telling this past form is somehow exterior to the story. Okay, so this is now how we will construct la formation du passé simple. And you will see that it's a bit tricky, so I've been making some groups and then subgroups, but then here are the groups. So the first one is, well, the first group of irregular verbs in French, you know, ending with er, okay? And for this group, well, the endings will be for je, ai, and then for tu, as, il, elle, a, nous, a accent circonflexe, mes. vous, A, accent circonflexe, TES, il, elle, at the plural form, E, accent grave, RENT. Okay, so you've got here your endings for the first group of verbs, so the regular verbs, AI, AS, A, accent circonflexe, MES, A, accent circonflexe, TES, E, accent grave, RENT. Okay? And let's see now the endings for the group of the the verbs of the second group and the regular verbs in IR. Okay, so you will have for je, IS, and then for tu, IS, for il, elle, IT, for nous, I accent circonflexe, MES, vous, I accent circonflexe, TES, and then il, elle, at the plural form, IRENT. Okay, so you get these. There are the endings for the regular verbs from the second group, ER. Okay, so ES, ES, IT, IMES, ITES, IRENT. Okay, don't forget the circumflex here and here. So let's continue now, and we'll discover now, so it's a bit more tricky. So we're not talking about groups and subgroups, but we'll talk about the verbs that will have their participe passé, so past participles, in I en I. Okay, so remember, we're not talking about all the verbs in IR, for instance. And then je, so it will end with ES. Tu, it will end with ES. Il, elle, it will end with IT. Nous, I accent circonflexe MES, vous, I accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, IRENT. So of course you can tell me that, well, these endings are exactly the same as we saw previously. And yes, of course, because, well, all the regular verbs from the second group in IR do have their participe passé in E like that, okay? But in this case, we're mostly talking about, and we'll see a few examples, about the verbs from the second group that do have their participe passé in E. Okay, so let's continue now with these groups. So we're talking about the verbs ending with OER, but then, of course, as usual, I'm honest with you, and we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them, okay? And the endings will go like je, US, tu, US, il, elle, UT, okay? Nous, U accent circonflexe, MES, vous, U accent circonflexe, TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay, so keep in mind these endings, so US, US, UT, U accent circonflexe, MES, U accent circonflexe, TES, URENT. And we're talking about the verbs ending with OER, but remember, not all the verbs. Let's see now another category, OERE. And then, as usual, remember, we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them. And the endings will go like je, US, tu, US, and then il, elle, UT, okay? Nous, U accent circonflexe, MES, vous, U accent circonflexe, TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay, so remember, verbs ending with OERE, but not all verbs, US, US, UT, U accent circonflexe MES, U accent circonflexe TES, URENT. Okay, and we'll continue with the verbs that do have their participe passé en U. Okay, remember, not all the verbs, of course, but most of them. And the endings will be je, US, tu, US, il, elle, UT, nous, U accent circonflexe MES, vous, U accent circonflexe TES, il, elle, URENT. Okay? And then verbs like tenir and venir, they are a bit tricky, so be careful. We're talking about these two verbs, but then of course all the composed verbs based on tenir and venir. Okay, so let's see now. And then je, ins, tu, ins, il, elle, int, nous, inmes, vous, intes, il, elle, inrent. Okay, so we'll now see a few examples, quelques exemples. And now I will focus on the pronunciation. Okay, so let's start with the first group. So les verbes en ER, and then the example is parler. Okay, je parlais, tu parlas, il parla, elle parla, nous parlâmes, vous parlâtes, ils parlèrent, elles parlèrent. Okay, so one more time. Je parlais, tu parlas, il parla, elle parla, nous parlâmes, vous parlâtes, ils parlèrent, elles parlèrent. And now the second group of verbs ending with er, so the regular one, and I've been choosing this finir, to finish or to end. Example, je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finîmes, vous finîtes, ils finirent, elles finirent. Okay, so one more time. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finîmes, vous finîtes, ils finirent, elles finirent. And now let's see all the verbs that will have their participe passé on here. Remember, it was not all the verbs, so I've been choosing this suivre verb to follow. Je suivis, tu suivis, il suivit, elle suivit, nous suivîmes, vous suivîtes, ils suivirent, elles suivirent. Okay, so one more time. Je suivis, tu suivis, il suivit, elle suivit, nous suivîmes, vous suivîtes, ils suivirent, elles suivirent. And now let's see a few verbs. So like attendre, so it's to wait, dire, to say, entendre, to hear, faire, to do, mettre, to put, sorry, and then voir, to see. J'attendis, tu dis, il entendit, elle entendit, nous fîmes, vous mîtes, ils virent, elles virent. Okay, so j'attendis, tu dis, il entendit, elle entendit, nous fîmes, vous mîtes, ils virent, elles virent. All right, so let's continue now with this group. Remember, verbs ending with OER, but we said that it was not all the verbs, so I've been choosing this recevoir example, to receive, recevoir, and it goes like that. Je reçus, tu reçus, il reçut, elle reçut, nous reçûmes, vous reçûtes, ils reçurent, elles reçurent. Okay, so one more time. Je reçus, tu reçus, il reçut, elle reçut, nous reçûmes, vous reçûtes, ils reçurent, elles reçurent. And now the verbs ending with OER, and remember I said that we're not talking about all the verbs, but most of them, and for this example I've been taking boire, boire is to drink. Je bus, tu bus, il but, elle but, nous bûmes, vous bûtes, ils burent, elles burent. Okay, so one more time. Je bus, tu bus, il but, elle but, nous bûmes, vous bûtes, ils burent, elles burent. And now the verbs that will have their participe passé en U. So I've been choosing this lire verb. So lire is to read. Je lus, tu lus, il lut, elle lut, nous lûmes, vous lûtes, ils lurent, elles lurent. Okay, so one more time. Je lus, tu lus, il lut, elle lut, nous lûmes, vous lûtes, ils lurent, elles lurent. And now, venir is to come. So remember, they were a bit tricky. So we're talking about venir and all the verbs that will be formed with venir. Je vins, tu vins, il vint, elle vint, nous vîmes. Remember, it's quite tricky to pronounce that. Vîmes. Vous vîntes, ils vinrent, elles vinrent. Okay, so one more time. Je vins, tu vins, il vint, elle vint, nous vîmes, vous vîntes, ils vinrent, elles vinrent. And then, as I said, tenir, so exactly the same thing as we had for venir. So we're talking about tenir and all the verbs that will be composed based on tenir, okay? So, je tins, tu tins, il tint, elle tint, nous tîmes, same thing, same tricky phonetical thing here. Nous tîmes, okay? Vous tîntes, ils tinrent, elles tinrent. One more time. Je tins, tu tins, il tint, elle tint, nous tîmes, vous tîntes, ils tinrent, elles tinrent. Le passé surcomposé. Okay, so le passé surcomposé, and we start right now. So in this video, first we will see l'utilisation of le passé surcomposé, and then after that we will see la formation. Okay, so first, when do we use, so l'utilisation, and then la formation, how do we construct this passé surcomposé? Okay, so we can start now with l'utilisation. So keep in mind that we will use le passé surcomposé pour exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés exprimés au passé composé. So it may look a bit difficult that way, but then let's say that you want to express something in the past, and normally you will use this passé composé form that we've been using and we've been seeing previously. Okay, but then if you want to express some facts that have been happening before these past events, in that case, well, you will use, or you should use, le passé surcomposé. Well, actually, it's not really the case, because we've been seeing that we've got this plus que parfait tense, okay? And to be totally honest, yes, the second thing here, this passé surcomposé is nowadays quite rare. So, utilisation assez rare, okay? But then keep in mind that l'utilisation est plus fréquente dans le sud de la France. So if you travel, if you go in the south of France, then they will tend to use it a bit more often, but it is quite rare nowadays because people tend to use this plus que parfait instead of le passé surcomposé. Okay, but anyway, it does exist. It is used. Okay, so we will see in this video how to make it. All right, so let's see the timeline, and then let's imagine that this is the present. Okay, so this is now, and then we want to express something in the past, so we will use le passé surcomposé. Sorry, le passé composé here. Okay, and then if you want to, as I said, express something that happened before this passé composé, so it's le passé surcomposé. Okay, so the present, le présent, and then the past, le passé composé, and even before, le passé surcomposé. Okay, so here is an example. Dès qu'il a eu bu son café, il est parti au travail. Okay, so it's a strange sentence maybe, but then let's have a look at it. And the first thing that we should spot here is this a eu bu. And then the second thing is est parti. Okay, so the first thing that we can see here, this a eu bu, okay, it's actually this passé surcomposé form. And then the second form here is the passé composé. Okay, so dès qu'il a eu bu son café, so this thing has been happening before, so he has been drinking his coffee. Then, okay, something that happens after, but it's still in the past, okay? Il est parti au travail. Okay, so the first event, okay, au passé surcomposé, and the second event here, au passé composé. So let's see how to make this passé surcomposé. Few examples first. So first sentence, j'ai mangé au restaurant. It's le passé composé, okay, as we saw. You use whether avoir or être, okay, in most of the cases. You will use avoir. You put that at the present form, and then after that, you put this form that we call participe passé, okay? So this is here, le passé composé, okay? So if you want to make le passé surcomposé, so it's an example here, j'ai eu mangé au restaurant. So you can see that the difference between the two, actually this manger form, so the participe passé, this past participle, doesn't change. So no changes here, okay? But this is this first part that will change. So if you can notice, in that case here, you get avoir, and it's at the present form. And if you look carefully here, you've got avoir at the passé composé form. Okay, let's take a second example here. Tu as regardé la télévision. Okay, so exactly the same concept. The first sentence here is at the passé composé. So you get this avoir at the present tense, and then you get here the participe passé. Tu as regardé la télévision. I've got some problems with my mouse, sorry. And then the second sentence, tu as eu regardé la télévision. Okay, so we can see that it's exactly the same situation. We've got this regarder form, and it's exactly the same, so you don't really need to bother about that. And it's the first part that will change, okay, because here for the passé composé, you've got this verb avoir at the present, and here for this passé surcomposé, well, actually you've got avoir at the passé composé form, okay? And it will be exactly the same thing in the last example, but then I wanted to take a verb, so aller, that will require être, you know, at the passé composé. Okay, so il est allé au travail. Okay, and in that case, remember exactly the same thing. So you put être instead of avoir, because that is one of these exceptions that will require être to make the passé composé. It is here at the present form. And here for this passé surcomposé, well, we will see exactly the same thing. We've got aller here, so the participe passé doesn't change. And then this first part here, well, actually, it will be the verb être at the passé composé form. Okay, so I hope it's clear. I know it's a bit difficult at the beginning, but then keep in mind that the way to make this passé composé, it's actually quite simple. So first, you will use this avoir, okay, in most of the cases, of course. And then this avoir should be at the passé composé. Then you will put, as we saw, this participe passé form, and you will get your passé surcomposé. Remember, in some cases, as we saw for aller, you will use être, but still, it's exactly the same concept. Être should be at the passé composé form. Then you will put your participe passé, so exactly the same concept, and you will get your passé surcomposé form. Okay, so let's see the exceptions. So we saw that we've got aller. We do have arriver. So aller is to go, arriver, arrive. Descendre, descend or go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to come in or to enter. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, to born or be born. Partir, to leave. Rester, to stay. Retourner, to return or to come back. Sortir, to go out. Tomber, to fall. And then venir, to come. Okay, so remember that all these verbs will require être. Okay, and obviously some verbs will be constructed based on these verbs. Okay, so logically they will also require the verb être. Okay, remember also that well, the verb, as we say, les verbes pronominaux, okay, so the verb that will be constructed with this se in front of them, se regarder, or then it could be s apostrophe if you had a vowel, s'appeler, se présenter. So all these verbs, les verbes pronominaux, will also require être for this passé surcomposé form. Okay? So let's see now, and let's try to refresh a little bit avoir and être at the passé composé, because that's the part that we'll need to use when we construct this passé surcomposé. So avoir at the passé composé goes like that. J'ai eu. Tu as eu. Il, and then elle, or on even, a eu. Nous avons eu. Vous avez eu. Ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Okay, so it will be our first part of this passé composé. Passé surcomposé. And then the second part will be être. So in some cases, as we saw previously. And être goes like that. J'ai été. Tu as été.